Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Judge.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Okay, first up, I have Ms. Grady.
Good morning, Your Honor. Judith Grady on behalf of Brianna Jones. She told me she was getting on Zoom.
Brianna Jones.
Case number 2405-525-801 for the state of Michigan versus Brianna Jones. Defendant is charged with count one, stalking aggravated, two, malicious destruction of a building, 1,000 or less than 20,000, three, malicious destruction of personal property, 200 or more, or less than 1,000.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Morning, Your Honor. Judith Grady on behalf of Brianna Jones, P44567. Ms. Jones, if you're there, state your name, please.
I don't see Ms. Jones.
Okay, I guess gotta recall it, Judge. She said she was getting on at 8:15. She
Wait for
told me
present. No, wait on.
she wants to waive her exam, Your Honor.
What's her first name?
Brianna.
No, she's not here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge. I'll check back.
Mr. Buttar, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're here on Belton.
Yes, sir.
Calling case number 2405-551-301 for the state of Michigan versus Belon Jr. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with intent to create harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence, 30 minutes.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Belton, P62191. Your Honor, Mr. Belton is in the Wayne County Jail. I'm prepared to waive his presence and set this for an exam.
The court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plea of not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is February 14th at 11:05?
Judge, I'm not available on the 14th. I can do the 15th in the afternoon or the 16th anytime.
Okay, February 16th at 10:30. Sorry. Yes, 10:30.
16th at 10:30. Thank you very much, Judge.
All right. We continue. Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here on behalf of Faith Shelley, who I believe is online.
Calling case number 2405-551101, people of state of Michigan versus Shelly. And then charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. James O'Donnell on behalf of Mr. Faith Shelley, P 42585. Ms. Shelley, are you present?
Yes.
Tell us your name for the record.
Faith Shelley.
All right. I don't know what's all that background noise she has. Anyway, what's your pleasure, counsel?
Yes, Judge. I've just come into possession of a video that shows the scene in question. I don't believe the prosecutor has that video. I'd like to ask for an adjournment so I could bring that video to the prosecutor and discuss whether or not charges should be filed.
What do you think about that, Ms. Drain?
We can do that. Or we can set it for an exam and handle it at the exam day. It's either way.
The video shows the encounter between the complainant and my client.
Okay. Can you send it to me or no?
I will try to do that, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I can put it over till tomorrow, February 9th.
I've got a probable cause conference in the morning at 8:30. So you want to adjourn this, Judge, until tomorrow?
I can do that.
All right, Judge. I'll make an effort to see if I can get this thing from my computer to Ms. Shelley. Ms. Shelley, is it? I'm sorry, Madam Prosecutor. Can I get your email?
It is sdrain@waynecounty.com.
Okay. Yes, Judge, we can do that. Thank you. What time?
Just come in after your other PCC.
Very well. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Drain.
Thank you.
Ms. Nance, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on John Cornelius Jr., and he is in custody. I'm prepared to waive his presence.
Okay, let me talk.
Calling case number 2405-53901. People of the state of Michigan versus Cornelius Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, assault with intent to rape, bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 3, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender with offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. May it please the court, Janecki Nance, P 68686, appearing on behalf of Mr. Cornelius. Mr. Cornelius is in the Wayne County Jail. Judge, we're asking that the court waives his presence for this hearing only.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, at this time, we are respectfully requesting a preliminary examination date.
The House, February 14th at 11:45.
Judge, do you have anything either like around 10 or either maybe about 12, because I have an 11:15 with your colleague next door at 11:15.
I can do 12.
That's fine.
And February 14th at 12 o'clock, file will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. May I ask one more thing, Madam Prosecutor? I believe there is some digital discovery associated with this matter. If you do have that, if you don't mind sending that over to me, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I thought I sent it to you, but I will send it again.
I have the paper, just not any digital.
Yeah, I thought I sent digital to you also. So
Okay,
I'll
thank
just
you.
I'll just send it again right now.
Okay, appreciate it. Everyone have a great day.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
No problem. What can I do for you?
So I've got the matters, plural, of Marvin Martin, but he's in the Wayne County Jail. So I don't know if they're going to try and Zoom him over or not.
You want to waive his presence or wait on?
Well, I guess I'd like to wait on him just in case he's had some thoughts about whether he wants to try and waive his exam or not today. We'll probably be setting exams, but also he may want to do a bond motion. So I probably should wait for him, which is okay. I don't have anything else, if that's all right with the court. Thanks.
Ms. Grady. Ms. Grady,
Yes, I'm here, don't judge.
have you talked to your client?
Is Miss Jones on there? Her screenshot shows your name in the court.
I'm sorry?
She took the screenshot and sent it to me and has the correct court and your name on it. You see Miss Brianna Jones yet?
No, I just have a Dominique Howard in my waiting room. There
Okay,
was
I
an
told-
item, but it's gone.
I asked her to sign out and sign back in.
Okay.
Let's see. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
They're going to get Marvin Martin and bring down some video.
Okay. Are you Miss Jones?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Miss Grady, she's here.
I'm ready, Judge. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're ready to recall, John.
Calling case number 2405-525801 from the same Michigan versus Brianna Jones. Defendant is charged at count 1, stalking aggravated. Count 2, malicious destruction of building, 1,000 or more but less than 20,000. Count 3, malicious destruction of personal property, 200 or more but less than 1,000.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning,
Shelley
Your Honor.
Drain.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, may it please this honorable court. Judith Grady on behalf of Brianna Jones. Ms. Jones, state your name too for the record.
Brianna Jones.
Your Honor, having explained the nature and purpose of a preliminary exam with my client, she'd like to waive her right to a preliminary exam, proceed onward to circuit court.
All right, Ms. Jones, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't run. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in complaint form. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes, I do.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit. There's probable cause to believe you committed.
Yes, I do.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, it isn't.
Has anyone promised you anything?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily and freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for further proceedings. Per arraignment on the information date and time will be February 22nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Okay, did you say February 22nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'll call you. I'll call you, Ms. Jones. Thank you, Your Honor, and you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, as well. Ms. Shelby. Yes, Ms. Shelby, can I help you?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
morning.
We have a case today, a Judge Lisa Taylor Miller. I believe it was previously with Sabri, but got transferred over to you. So we are just looking to set a preliminary exam.
Calling case number 2006-120001. People of the state of Michigan versus Lisa Taylor Miller. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, assault or assault and battery.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Choate with the Neighborhood Defender Service, P85948, appearing on behalf of Miss Taylor Miller. I believe she just joined via Zoom as well, if she can unmute and state her name. Otherwise, I would just request that her presence be waived.
Good morning.
No.
Lisa Taylor Miller.
So Ms. Taylor Miller, you recognize you're in court, right?
Yes.
And you think that's appropriate for you to wear that on your head in court?
No.
So why are you wearing it?
I was under the impression that it didn't matter. I'm so sorry. I can go throw a wig on.
That's okay. What's your pleasure, Ms. Choate?
And Your Honor, I will note on behalf of Ms. Taylor, I just received our contact information from the court this morning, and we have not yet been able to have a extensive conversation prior to our appearance in court today. Your Honor, we do not yet have paper or digital discovery in this case, so I would request that both be sent over and just that a preliminary exam date be set.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on February 14th at 11:45.
Your Honor, I've got a lot of hearings on the 14th and 15th. Would it be possible to do it on the 16th or 19th?
February 16th at 9 o'clock.
That is perfect, Your Honor.
Ma'am, that's going to be in person in 36th District Court. Make sure you have your wig ready.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Ms. Taylor, I'm going to give you a call in a second, okay?
Okay.
Wayne County Jail, what's your name, sir?
Marvin Martin.
Okay, we're ready on Marvin.
Calling case number 2405-551401, Los Angeles versus Marvin Martin III. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 2, domestic violence, aggravated, second, notice. Defendant also has case number 2405-5515. People of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Martin. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, aggravated, second, notice. Count 3, malicious destruction of property, 1,000 or more for less than 20,000. And count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant also has case number 2405-5516. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, second. Then it has case number 2405-5518. People of the state of Michigan versus Marvin Martin. That is charged in count 1, assault with intent to degrade bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, second offense notice. Count 3, malicious destruction building less than $200.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249 on all 4 cases.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151. I'm appearing by Zoom on behalf of Mr. Martin, Marvin Martin, who also appears by Zoom from the county jail. Mr. Martin, can you please state your name?
Marvin G. Martin III.
Okay, what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, I think for these four matters, we would request to set them for a preliminary examination. I think there has been a bond redetermination hearing. However, bond is still unaffordable for Mr. Martin. So I would like, if the court is willing to hear it, to give some background information for Mr. Martin for purposes of trying to persuade the court to release him on house arrest or GPS tether. And I would also request digital discovery, Ms. Drain, if that hasn't already been set over. I do have paper on all four, though.
I haven't sent, I will send you, I've got digital, I'll send it all to you today. I didn't know who was assigned. I'll send it.
Sure. Thank you.
It's February 16th at 11 o'clock.
Not good, Judge. Does the court have anything on the 15th, the date that it was currently scheduled for? I'm wide open that day.
Homicide day.
Oh, that's a homicide day. Okay. Does the court have anything on the 19th?
19th is President's Day. We're closed.
Oh, that would be why my calendar is empty. 20th?
Homicide day.
Hmm. First. Does the court have anything later in the morning?
11:30.
Did you say 11:30, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, 221 at 11:30 would be amazing.
All right, we'll set all four cases for February 21st at 11:30. Ask the bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to bond, just by way of background, for the court's information, Mr. Martin's 31 years old, born and raised in the Detroit area. He has close family here, including two sisters, his father, with whom he would be residing, should he be released on any kind of tether, and his aunt. His aunt has been essentially his acting in the capacity of his mom. His mom passed away when he was about 18 years old. She has been taking care of his two daughters, who are ages 2 and 6 months old. Mr. Martin has completed his GED and attended some college at Oakland Community College in 2018, and informs me that he's been employed for the last 10 years as a construction laborer working for an individual named Antoine Brown under B&B Home Improvement in Detroit. I haven't personally been able to verify this information yet. Based on his, I don't believe he has a significant prior criminal record. As far as any felonies, I don't think he's charged as a habitual offender.
This case is pending in front of me now.
I'm sorry, he has what?
4 cases pending before me now.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor. I'm just saying he does not have any significant prior convictions for felonies. It does look like he has at least one prior misdemeanor domestic violence conviction that is listed as a second offense notice in these cases. These cases all apparently come from October of last year all the way up through January of this year. However, based on his lack of record, I don't think he has any, I don't think he's a flight risk. He has close ties to the community. I'm not aware of any KPS history. I'm asking the court. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What's his current bond?
I believe they were originally set at $250,000 on each case, and I believe they have been reduced somewhat to, I think, $25,000 and maybe 3 $5,000 bonds. Mr. Martin, please chime in if I'm wrong. I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but they're all cash.
It's 3 $5,000 and 1 $10,000, and they're all like cash surety bonds.
And Mr. Martin
So
simply doesn't,
25,000.
yeah, and he does not have any significant assets or savings with which to
What is
post
the
those.
timeline of these cases? So had he been arraigned on any of these cases and picked up more cases? How did that go?
Your Honor, I believe all 4 of these were arraigned at the same time. I don't think there was, it looks like the case from October maybe didn't have any follow-up with the complainant. There isn't, the normal sort of written detective inquiry. That may have been one that was originally never filed because of no follow-up with the complainant. Then there's one in December. I don't believe that was filed. There are 2 in January. I don't think anything was filed until the most recent one from January 29. And then I believe all 4 were filed at the same time. If I'm incorrect on that, Ms. Drain, please correct me. But I don't think he was on bond for any of these. These were all filed at the same time.
Do all 4 cases involve the same complaining witness?
I believe
Yes.
they do, Judge. Yes.
All right, Ms. Drain?
Your Honor, at this time with the number of cases, felony cases, all involving the same complainant, I'm just asking for a DSU report at this point. So his bond has already been lowered. So I'm just asking for a DSU report.
I think that may be the best course of action for me. I don't know anything about what's going on here. I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation. We can address it again if need be after the preliminary examination. For now, bond will be continued. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. I'll see you soon, Mr. Martin, in custody, okay?
Mr. Cobb.
Good morning, Judge.
You're here on Culberson?
I am, and I have been in contact with my client this morning. He should be either logged on or logging on. I don't see him, however.
Yes, sir. He's not in my waiting room. Did you want to wait on him or call or waive his presence?
Your Honor, we can waive the presence. I do have it's just some discovery issues that I'd like to bring up with the court. But I'd be asking for an adjournment for the purpose of discovery.
Let me call the case.
Certainly.
Calling case number 2405551201, people of the state of Michigan versus Fred Culberson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, that's the murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelly Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge King. Michael Cobb, P78658. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Fred Culberson. Your Honor, I respectfully ask to waive his presence for the purposes of this hearing.
Court to waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, my client was just bonded out last night. I've had an opportunity to speak with him. We are gathering discovery from his home as far as Ring doorbell footage, and other evidence to provide to the prosecutor's office. I'll need at least maybe a week to collect all of that footage. And
that's not going to happen, sir.
A week adjournment, Your Honor?
No, sir.
Well, Your Honor, it does involve the complaining witness, statements made. I just like an opportunity to collect that footage prior to preliminary exam.
Footage off a Ring doorbell.
I'm sorry?
Why does it take a week to get footage off of a Ring doorbell?
No, I meant a week to get the footage and provide it to the prosecutor's office before.
That take a week.
Well, Your Honor, my client was just released. I'll need to actually go to his home and get the footage. I believe tomorrow's Friday. I need to review the footage myself before I issue it. So I'd say that at least take a day or so. So we're already moving into next week. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said that will take a day. You're asking for a week.
Well, I still have to review the discovery that was provided by the prosecutor's office as well. That file needs to be extracted, and so it's taking quite a long time. I still haven't had a chance to review the discovery that I was provided either, Your Honor.
Do you want to set this for exam, sir?
I would like to set it for exam, Your Honor.
That's not going to happen.
I couldn't hear you.
Said I'm not going to grant a week adjournment. That's not going to happen.
What could I possibly get maybe 2 weeks before the preliminary exam, Your Honor?
No. We're looking at a preliminary exam date at the very latest of February 16th.
At the very latest, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
February 16th it is.
All right, February 16th at 10:30. I'm sorry, February 16th at 11:30.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, bond continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilmot, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good. Are you here on Alta Boston as well as Ms. James?
Yes.
Ms. James, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you ready on Alta Boston?
Yes.
Ready on Alta Boston.
Okay. Calling case number 2206-005701. People of the state of Michigan versus Iberville over to Boston. Defendant is charged in count 1 through 3. Criminal sexual conduct, first degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Wilmoth, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nicole James, appearing on behalf of the defendant.
All right. And are you waiving Mr. Otis Boston's presence? I understand he's still in the forensic center.
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask to waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing.
For the waiver of defendant's presence, do we have any update as to the status?
Judge, I do not. I have not received anything.
Judge, I have not received an updated status report. I did send an email, but it was just this morning that I sent the email to a couple of my contacts at the forensic center just to get a status update as to, you know, is he still being treated there and when can we expect an updated report? Since I just sent that this morning, I don't have an answer. I know that we are approaching the 1 year mark of the competency order on February 28th. So we only have 3 months after that. So maybe could we put this out for another 30 days and see where we're at? And I'll continue my follow-up with the forensic center.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, so I do have some correspondence from the forensic center. They indicate, in accordance with the state of Michigan Administrative Code, blah, 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 is the recommendation of the Center for Forensic that inpatient commitment is necessary for the effective administration of the course of treatment, and that the defendant be treated at the Center for Forensic Psychiatry. As such, this hospital will submit written reports to the court per statute. Was admitted January 9th, 2024. So they are actively treating him, is my understanding.
And I do think they typically, I'm pretty sure they typically will do a status report every 30 days of treatment. So we're kind of hitting that 30-day mark if he was admitted on January 9th. So hopefully we'll have a status report soon.
All right, so let's put it out to March 11th,
Yes, Your Honor.
8:30.
That sounds good.
Thank you. Have a
Thank you,
good
Your
one,
Honor.
everyone.
Everyone have a nice day.
Two.
Morning.
Hey, good morning, sir.
How are you? Good.
Good.
Took that fingerprint order down to about. Yeah, they did. I got 3 of them. They do it on water.
Yes. Oh, that's the. That's. Something like. Absolutely.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
May I ask you a question? The case is coming in here for Marcus Goins. Do you let kids come in from 6 to 12 or 14? It's, he was their football coach. And they want to come in. No, he's deceased. The deceased. I just said I was gonna ask you. So if they're coming, And I told her, I said, they may have to sit out in the hall. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's. They're probably gonna, if they show something, I don't think it's good, but I understand, and they've written so many letters. Rudy, McFall. I told her I would have to check. If not, they just have to sit in the hall. Yeah. It wasn't, I asked her that, she said no, but it happened, I think in Westland, but now it's. It was a football coach. Oh, okay then. She told me from 6 to 12. Now, I don't know when they show up.
No, not at all.
Mr. Bellis just, they've written a lot of letters. I didn't.
And they're gonna take it to the clause. Oh, that's the good thing. We'll talk about it.
Just, Jimmy Brown. Yeah, Jimmy, yeah, that's the case. Jimmy Brown. So I just tell them they just have to wait out. Because I think she's gonna bring them, I'm supposed to meet her between 9:30 and 9:45, so. I told her I would check. This is kind of messed, well, you know they are. They kind of messed up, but it was a mental to a lot of.
What you guys think?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that's my answer. Thank you.
couldn't lose any weight, no matter what.
Do you know who's on this Taylor Miller case?
Morning, Yana.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good. Everybody good?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Your Honor, this is Dinah Lynch. I received a email from the court that I should call into Zoom for a Mr. Marks case.
Oh, okay. Guess we're just waiting on his attorney to appear.
Very, very good. Thanks so much. I'll go on mute. It's kind of noisy on the floor I'm on. Thank you, sir. Did I see Mr. Dox come into the courtroom?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Nancy? Yes. Renee's with the eyes. Yes.
Docs. Calling case number 2306046401 State Michigan versus Kevin Marks II. Defendant is charged in count 1, robbery unarmed.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff, Dinah Lynch on behalf of the people, P number 84589.
Good morning, Your Honor, and your staff, Attorney Quentin Docs, number 79657. On behalf of my client, Mr. Kevin Marks, Your Honor, I'm asking the court to waive his presence for the purpose of this hearing.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. It was brought to the court's attention that the defendant is a abscond. Did you know that, Mr. Docs?
I did not know that, Your Honor, until I received the report from your office.
All right, that being the case, the court is going to remand him to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff. He's going to be going to the forensic center anyway.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted here. Not sure if I should have the defendant. Where is the defendant?
So they hold that it's a person between taking those opposites.
The allegation is that his GPS device was displaying a communication lost alert. Team Jefferson facility was contacted and advised the staff that the subject needed to charge his device. He was informed by the staff that the defendant was no longer at the building and had walked away without authorization. So there we have it. As indicated, the court is going to remand the defendant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
I think they're ready on. Hey, good.
Ready on Hey Good?
We are, Your Honor.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Hey, good.
On case 2360648, people of the state of Michigan versus Damon Lamont Haygood, defendant charged in count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 3 weapons, felony, firearms, sexual offense notice. Count 4 felony, firearms, sexual offense notice. Defendant has an official offense, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedor, Coach People, G76177.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Castle for the Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. Haygood, P number 80541.
Tell us your name for the record, sir.
Damon Lamont Haygood.
This date, time set for your examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will?
No witnesses, Your Honor. I'm just offering people proposed 2. That's the defendant's certified conviction of a felon in possession 2015. Otherwise, just the evidence that we put on Tuesday.
Oh, okay, that's right. This was the part. Okay. Any objection, Ms. Castro?
No, Your Honor.
Yes. I thought that name sounded familiar too. All right.
There's no further.
That's the final.
Oh, as long as there's no evidence from the defense.
Defense does not, will not be part of it.
Okay.
Move for bind over, Your Honor.
Passed on.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, as to the count of the homicide executive, Your Honor, I'm going to check the mind over on that. Just
Can you come to the podium so we can hear you?
Yes. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, as to the count of second degree murder, I'm going to object to that part of the bind over just because, as you heard the testimony, and I believe not the testimony, my apologies, the evidence that was produced, which was partly the interrogation video of Mr. Haygood, in which he references numerous times the circumstance under which the deceased was shot, basically. And one of that, in numerous occasions that, he says that it was in self-defense. He says that that the person had tried out to come and jump on him. He told the detective that was interrogating him that the deceased was about, he was bigger than him. As we had seen from the autopsy report, the ME report, and how the complainant, I believe, weighed at 360 pounds.
So, Ms. Castro, tell me why this wouldn't be a question, in fact, be determined by the trial.
Well, Judge,
even with the self-defense claim.
Your Honor, I believe that it's the burden of the prosecutor to present some evidence that it was not in self-defense. So I would.
Did that.
I'm sorry.
So I think they did that.
What evidence is the court that it was not in self-defense?
I'll let them make some argument.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. I would just ask the court to consider voluntary manslaughter as opposed to the second degree.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the court is correct. Self-defense is an issue for the jury. Here, the defendant did admit himself to shooting Mark, his nephew, and killing him. He did also acknowledge that he didn't know whether Mark had a weapon. And then there was no reason given as to why he did not just simply walk away. I think counsel indicated the defendant claimed that Mark jumped on him. What he described was Mark simply grabbing him. So again, faced with a situation where the victim allegedly just simply grabs the defendant, and then the response is to shoot the victim without any knowledge or belief that that particular person is armed in any way. This is way beyond any reasonable amount of force. If there's any argument as far as self-defense, that belongs to the jury. There is sufficient evidence with respect to probable cause to bind over on second-degree murder, his use of firearm, so the felony fire, sufficient evidence for felony firearm, and I did submit the prior convictions for felony possession, and so support the remaining 2 counts.
I think one of the things that was telling about this case is the defendant's own statement, his own acknowledgement that he should just take it as opposed to doing what he did. Can't bring a gun to a fist fight. That's essentially what happened here. The court is satisfied that people and the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges pertains to the more. The court finds those charges were submitted to the city of Church. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant gone over to Wayne County 3rd Circuit Court for proceedings. Is arraignment on the information, date, and time. February 22nd. I'm sorry. February 15th, 2024, 9:05 a.m. Thank you.
Just real quick, I think that I had ordered a DSU report. Is the court in receipt of that or not? Yes, Your Honor.
Don't see. Currently, you don't have one. I will be referred to pretrial services today.
I appreciate that, Judge.
Right this way.
I'll be back. Okay. Hey. Thank you.
Okay, Rudy McFall.
Yeah, he's on his way up. Yeah, this attorney, she's coming out.
Yeah, but I have to do a job too. All right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Calling case 2360606, people of the state of Michigan versus Rudy, Ashton, Deval. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, section 3. Defendant has an original offender before defense notice mandatory 25 year sentence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Belon on behalf of people, P68673.
Hey, good morning, Judge. I'm Chris Richardson there, P80512, here on behalf of Mr. Deval, President State.
Tell us your name for the record, sir.
Rudy Ashton.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will there be?
Hopefully one.
Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin with?
Your Honor, we have a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit number 1, which is the Office of Lee County Medical Examiner's report performed on the victim in this case, Maurice Higgins Jr. May I approach?
Yes. So stipulated for exam purposes only. Sure. Court receives that stipulation. Admitted. Thank you. Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
There's a number of people in the courtroom. I understand that matters like these are often very emotional. If for whatever reason you cannot control yourself, I urge you to get up and leave now. There will be absolutely no disturbances in this courtroom during these proceedings. I would much rather you leave out the door that you came in instead of the door that stayed right. I shouldn't even know that any of you are here, and it does not matter what side you're here for, okay? So long as that's understood, thank you, sir.
Just wait for my witness.
Okay.
Your Honor, people called to the stand, Shanta House.
You have her name, Madam Court Reporter?
I'm going to ask her to spell it.
Please give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat right next to me with the spots. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone to the left once you sit down. Thank you. Place the base of it in your lap to speak directly instead of. Maybe giving you ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. House. Ms. House, I'm going to direct your attention to November 13th, 2023. On that date, at the location of 5212 St. Antoine in the city of Detroit, Wayne County, state of Michigan.
Yeah.
When you were in your home that evening or that night, who was present in your home?
Myself, my son,
And what's your son's name?
Dakari,
And what's Dakari's last name?
Nico,
How old is Dakari?
17.
17?
Yeah.
When you were in your home, which part of the home was the car?
In his room.
And what was he doing?
I'm sure I was sleeping in his room.
At some time, did you, let me ask you this, on November 13th, 2023, did you have were you seeing anybody?
Like, William.
Did you have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
And what was his name?
Mark.
When you say Marcus, are you referring to Marcus Jones Jr.?
Yeah.
Rephrase, don't leave.
What was Marcus's full name?
Marcus Maurice.
And approximately what time did he come to your home?
Late. I'm not sure. 2 a.m.
Please speak into the microphone for us.
Yeah, but it's like around 2 a.m.
Objection and speculation. She said she believes it was 2 a.m. Take the testimony for what it is, not spell. I'm sorry, she said she believes about 2 a.m. I'll take the testimony as received.
But just for the record, that her answer before that was that she wasn't sure. And then she said, I guess I believe. So that would be classic.
I'll take the testimony as received.
Ms. House, why did Mr. Goins come to your home around 2 a.m.?
I'm not sure. I wasn't aware of him. I know.
Did he have permission to come into your home?
No, not that day, no.
You don't know why he was coming into your home?
No.
At some point during that morning, after your boyfriend came into the home, your boyfriend, Mr. Goins, came into the home, did somebody else enter the home?
Yes, Rudy.
I'm sorry?
Rudy.
And when you say Rudy, what's Rudy's full name?
Rudy McFall.
The person you're stating, Rudy McFall, do you see him present in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Can you point to him, identify what he's wearing?
Green.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identifying the defendant in this case, Rudy Ashon McFall.
So noted.
Ms. House, regarding your house at that time, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. 5212 St. James Pond, that was your home?
Yeah.
And who had keys to your home at that time on November 13th, 2022?
Myself. And Mark.
Yourself and Marcus? Okay. So you and your boyfriend had keys to the home. Did anybody else have keys to the home?
No, I don't know.
When you say Marcus, was he living at your home or was he staying there occasionally?
No, he just stopped, so he just has spare key.
Now, that morning on November 13th, when the defendant came into your home, did he have permission to come into your home?
No.
Just to be clear, what is your relationship with the defendant?
Ex-wife.
So he's your ex-husband?
Yeah.
And he did he have a key to the home?
No.
Did he notify you that he was coming over?
No, but I was asleep. I wasn't sure. I didn't.
Well, did he ever call you ahead of time and say, hey, I'm coming over?
No.
Prior to the November 13th, 2023, when's the last time the defendant was in your home?
He was.
When you say he wasn't, had he ever been in that home?
Yes, he had.
Okay, how long before November 13th?
I'm not sure. He just stopped over to pick up the kids whenever we do our exchanges.
Okay. You don't recall how long prior to November 13th he had been in your home?
He came over that day to pick up the kids, like early in the afternoon.
Okay. And did he notify you prior to picking up the kids?
Yes.
Okay. And earlier in the day, did you give him permission to come into your home to pick up the kids?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after 2 a.m. on November 13th, 2023, did you have any idea that the defendant was coming into your home?
No.
Did he have any type of permission to come into your home at that time?
No, I had no recollection he was coming over.
Okay. When the defendant came into your home, how did you first know that he came in? Let me ask you, I'm sorry, let me back up. Were your doors locked or unlocked at that time?
It had to be unlocked, because I locked my doors when I go to sleep.
So you said it had.
Unlock your doors when you go to sleep?
I locked my doors.
Lock your doors.
Yeah.
But you believe they were unlocked at the time?
Yeah.
Is there any other way that the defendant could have come into your home? Okay. When he came into your home, when did you first realize the defendant was in your home?
He announced himself.
What did he say?
He said, he called out me and my son, he said, the car is Shanta, is everything okay? The door.
And did you respond?
No.
At that time, what happened after he announced himself?
Marcus heard his voice, yelled into the house.
To the testimony as to Marcus.
Sustained.
Did Marcus, your boyfriend was in the house at that time, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. What did Marcus do at that time?
He started charging downstairs, fussing at
Started doing what?
fussing, like cussing him out.
And what was the defendant doing?
That I'm not sure. I think he ended up coming upstairs though with work.
The defendant came upstairs?
Yeah.
When Marcus went towards the downstairs, did Marcus have anything in his hands?
I don't object to this question as a lack of foundation. We have testimony that the witness was sleeping, I'm assuming in the bedroom, so there's no foundation as to how she would know what Marcus had in his hand.
I can
testify she done.
Did you see Marcus go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. How do you know he went downstairs?
He didn't go downstairs, but before Rudy came upstairs, he was in the room. And he left out my room to go in the hallway.
Let me just ask for some clarification.
Okay.
So you were in your room with your boyfriend Marcus?
Yeah.
Is that when you heard the defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you heard the defendant announce himself, both you and Marcus were in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did Marcus go?
Towards the downstairs.
Did he make it downstairs?
No.
Where did he go?
They met in the hallway.
They met in the hallway? Did you see them in the hallway?
As to foundation, we don't have any testimony that this witness
Trying to figure that out.
Did you see them meet in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. And how far outside your bedroom door did they meet in the hallway?
Just right outside.
Right outside your bedroom door? Okay. And I'm gonna ask you to explain to the court, what did you see when they met in the hallway?
They started getting fight.
Do you recall who started the fight first?
Mark.
And when they started fist fighting, did Marcus have any weapons in his hands?
No.
During the fight, did you ever see a weapon in either Marcus's hands or the defendant's hands?
I did.
How long did this fight last?
Not long, which everything just happened so quick.
Could you explain to the court what you saw during the fight?
All I remember was prior to Marcus leaving out, well, first of all, he woke me up out of my sleep, like, fussing. And during that time, he was fussing at me, but waking me up out of my sleep, I was kind of confused. During the fussing part, that's when we heard Rudy announce himself at the door, saying, hello, Shanta, the car, is everything okay? The door is open. From there, Marcus started fussing, left out the room. We came upstairs and they met in the foyer part of my, like outside the door in the hallway, and they started fist fighting. I would say they probably was fighting there, but maybe a couple minutes.
Okay. And did the fight end?
Yes, I was trying to break them up.
How did the fight end?
Well, I was calling for my son, Dakari, for help. He was in his room with the door closed. I was calling Dakari help, call the police. I need them out of here, call the police. And during I still at the point where I stopped trying to break them up, took a run in my room to get my cell phone.
You stopped trying to break them up. You ran into your room to get to the cell phone. Were they still fighting?
I'm not even sure. I don't even remember.
Okay. When you tried to break them up, how were you trying to break them up?
Like trying to split them up with my hands.
Trying to push them apart?
Like trying to pull them apart, yeah.
Were you successful in breaking them up?
No.
What happened when you went to your room to get your cell phone? Did you call the police?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened between the defendant and Marcus at that time?
At that point, when I grabbed my phone, that's when Marcus came in and I seen blood on his hand.
How much blood did you see in the scene?
Not much, but I just seen it like on his fingertips.
What was he doing with his hands?
Like I just think like he didn't have a shirt on or something, and I kind of looked up and you just got seen blood on his hand.
Said he didn't have a shirt on? Is that a no?
No, he didn't have a shirt on. He had like a jacket, like a hoodie on or something.
Okay. So the entire time he had a hoodie on?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened when he walked into your bedroom and you saw blood on his hand?
He walked around me, and then he went in the hallway, and that's when he passed out.
So he walked around?
Yeah, it was from here, it was in my bedroom, like I'm facing you guys. My closet, my bed is facing like where you guys are, and I have a closet that's on the right hand side. I'm at the foot of the bed, Marcus on my right side. He walks around and goes in the hallway, and he left on the floor.
Is this the same hallway he was fighting in?
Yes.
Okay. So he walks in the room, he walks around you, goes back out into the hallway and collapses?
Yes.
Okay. Did he ever move again after that point?
Yeah, he was like, yeah, he did. He didn't get up.
I'm sorry, did he ever get up?
Like, well, no.
Okay. At that point, what did the defendant do?
From that point, I don't remember. I think he ran downstairs.
What do you recall the defendant doing at that point?
From there, I don't remember. All I remember was getting down on the floor with Marcus, trying to help him.
Why were you trying to help Marcus?
Because he had blood coming from the side.
Do you know why he had blood coming from the side?
Because he said he had
Objection of witness shared or any information coming from what Marcus told us.
Your Honor, at this point, it's an excited utterance. You just got
established foundation.
You just got in a fight. He's walking into a room, immediately meeting, he's making a statement.
Have to give me a foundation.
How was Marcus acting at that point?
He was like mumbling, like still kind of fussing a little bit. But from there I saw he was bleeding, and I got the first thing was like I saw on the floor, it was like a shirt was on the floor. And from that time I'm on the phone with 911.
What was Marcus's demeanor like? Can you explain his overall demeanor, how he was acting at the time?
Well, I said he was just like he was like very upset.
Very upset.
Yeah, he was very upset.
All right. And what did he have?
What did he say?
He wasn't saying
I would my objection back was just being upset is not enough to establish an excitement.
He's upset, he's injured, and just got into a fight. I think that qualifies as an excitement.
So this house, prior to you applying the pressure, what did Marcus tell you?
He said, I think he stabbed me.
Was he on the ground or standing up at that point when you made that statement?
On the ground.
Okay. And at that point, you said you started applying pressure to his side?
Yes.
Was there a lot of blood?
No, not much at the time, no.
Did you tell where he was bleeding from?
From his eye.
Did he still have the hoodie on?
Yeah.
And what happened after you started applying pressure to his side?
I was yelling for my son and Rudy to call to make sure that I could go see if the ambulance are outside. We heard them outside, but
Just tell us what you heard.
well, I heard them outside, and I was yelling for them to make sure. I said, "Go get them! Tell them hurry up!" And they went to the wrong address. It was across the street.
And I was just yelling at him like, go get him, tell him hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And from there, I'm still on the phone with with 911. And she just said, well, don't drop the phone.
Objection with the 911 person speaking.
We don't need to know, you can't say what the 911 caller said.
Okay.
Did you continue to apply pressure to Marcus's wounds until the EMTs arrived?
I did.
And after you started applying pressure to the wounds, did you ever see the defendant again?
No.
Did he leave your home?
Yes.
And did the paramedics or the EMTs take take the boyfriend Marcus out of the home?
They did.
Did you ever see any knives or weapons in the home?
I did.
You did not?
No.
What's that? This house, just when the paramedics took Marcus away, did you go with them?
I did.
Did you go to the hospital with them?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Ms. House.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Good. Just a few questions. Were you and Mr. McFall together the night that this incident happened?
No.
The two of you hadn't gone to any events that night?
So we all went for met a mutual friend, baby shower.
Okay, who is we all? I think you started to say we all. Who was that? Something includes.
My family.
Okay. You went to the baby shower with Mr. McFall?
No.
Was Mr. McFall there with you at the baby shower?
Yeah, he was present there.
Okay, did you have anything to drink that night at the baby shower?
I did.
What time would you say the baby shower ended?
I don't know, I left way before the baby shower was over.
What time would you say you left?
Like maybe at 11, like 10, 11.
Well, you remember how many drinks you had?
No. Not much, maybe a cup or two.
Is that a cup or two?
Yes.
A cup or two of what?
Tequila.
And what size cup?
Like a regular little cup they give.
Like 8 ounce, 16 ounce.
Like a little 4 ounce cup.
Yeah. So you had two, is it fair to say that you had 2 4 ounce cups of tequila?
I did.
Okay. So did you drive yourself home or did somebody else drive you home?
My son did.
You're the 17-year-old son you talked about earlier?
Yes, my 17-year-old son drove me home.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your son was at the baby shower as well?
Yes.
Do you know if your son, or did you see whether your son and Mr. McFall had any communication while at the baby shower?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Did you see or do you know if your son, Jakari, and Mr. McFall had any communication with each other?
Oh, yeah, they did.
Okay. So do you know if there was a conversation that Mr. McFall would come over after the baby shower?
No.
It could have happened. But
it could have happened.
Just fair to say you just wouldn't know specifically?
Correct.
Why was your door open?
Because Marcus came in.
So Marcus is your boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time you got there?
It had to be around 2 a.m.
Did you have an issue with Marcus being there?
How he came over, yes.
When you say how he came over, how did you come over?
Because he came over angry, fussing at me, grabbing me about my foot.
So do you know what he's angry about?
Accusing me of cheating.
Okay. So from the time that Marcus arrived and he was angry about the accusation of cheating, and the time that Mr. McFall arrived, how much time would you say passed, if you know?
Which question again? I'm sorry.
So from the time that Marcus arrived,
yeah,
you said he was angry, whatever, fussing about cheating.
Yeah.
From the time that he arrived until the time that you hear Mr. McFall announce himself at the door, if you know, how much time would you say passed?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. So you were, you say you got home around 2 a.m. Is that fair to say?
No, that's the time Marcus got there. I got home earlier than that.
What time did you say you got home?
Probably like around 11 something.
Okay, so you were sleeping a couple hours before Marcus woke you up?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm probably asked this question already, but, you know, well, I'll ask you a different way. So was Marcus still fussing about cheating at the time that Mr. McFall arrived?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any estimate as to how long he was fussing when Mr. McFall arrived?
I don't.
Okay. So have Marcus and Mr. McFall met each other in the past?
They have.
Okay. And what was the relationship like between the two of them?
Marcus has never took bonding and we didn't like him at all.
Okay. So is it fair to say that Marcus didn't know that Mr. McFall was coming over that night?
No.
Can't testify to this.
Okay, just fair enough. Okay. Based on your observations of Marcus when Mr. McFall arrived, did it appear that he was surprised by Mr. McFall's arrival?
Correct.
Okay. When Mr. McFall arrived at the house, did Marcus get more angry at the fact that Mr. McFall was there?
He
did. You said earlier that Marcus was angry at you based on allegations of cheating. Did he ever verbalize that he suspected that you were cheating with Mr. McFall?
Objection, that calls for.
Now, I'm not asking for the actual statement. I'm asking if there was a conversation at any time in the past where Marcus.
That conversation would be hearsay sustained.
I'm not asking for the actual conversation. I'm just asking a yes or no.
I sustained the objection.
Why? Because I'm not asking for it.
Because I ruled and I said move on.
Can we approach?
No, but not necessary.
I'm not sure why the court raised his voice like that, but
Because I've told you 3 times now to move on.
okay. Look, again, statements, I'm not asking for a statement, so it can't be hearsay. I'm asking for information to know. But I'm moving on. Thank you. You're welcome. I have to recap to remember where I was. When at the point where Marcus recognized that Mr. McFall was present, did anything about his facial expressions, demeanor, anything that he was saying, let you know that he became more angry at that time?
Your Honor, again, he's asking for a conclusion based on hearsay.
Keep concerned.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna object. He's asking for a conclusion based on hearsay. He's asking, was there anything that he said?
That was the full question.
Facial expression.
And he also said, or anything he said.
The question is, did she observe anything from from Marcus? And I gave examples of things that she could have observed to let her know how Marcus felt about Mr. McFall. Okay, thank you.
Not a facial expression, it was verbal.
Okay, so based on what he was saying, did you get any indication as to how Marcus felt about Mr. McFall?
Again, this is objection. He's asking for a conclusion based on this.
I'm asking. Did anything happen to that indicated to you, Marcus's feeling about Mr. McFall being present?
He was just got mad. He was just upset.
Right, so he was already mad.
He was already mad.
When it was just the 2 of you, right?
Yeah.
So did he get madder when he saw that when he heard that Mr. McFall was there?
Yeah.
So you testified earlier that at some point Marcus went downstairs after Mr. McFall announced his presence, right?
Correct.
What do you know, or you have an estimate as to how long that Mr. McFall was present before Marcus went downstairs?
No.
Okay. Is it fair to say a short time passed?
Say so.
Okay, and when, for a short time, would you say a matter of minutes, a matter of seconds?
Before, I'm sorry, repeat it.
Yeah, before Marcus went downstairs to approach Mr. McFall.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but you just said a short time, right?
Yes.
Okay. If my notes don't fail me, you said that after Marcus left the room to meet Mr. McFall, that's when a fist fight started. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that Marcus started the fight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how long did you say that fight lasted?
For a couple of minutes.
Okay. When Mr. McFall announced himself, like when he initially got there, could you tell by the tone of his voice, like his demeanor or his mood when he announced himself?
He sounded concerned.
Okay. And he said because the door was open, right?
Correct.
It didn't sound like he was angry at all, did it?
No.
Okay. So during the fist fight, well, let me ask this way. How long had the fist fight gone on before you exited the room that you were in to actually like see there was a fist fight?
I left the room right away. Like, as soon as I knew they were both in the hallway, I went in the hallway with them.
You said you didn't see a weapon on Marcus or Mr. McFall. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So you don't know who produced the weapon, right?
Correct.
One second, please. Do you know Mr. McFall has a key to the house?
No.
You don't know if he does or not?
No, he don't have, I changed my lock, he don't.
And he's your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
You said he had been to that location, is it fair to say numerous times before?
Yeah.
Okay. How many kids do you have that you would pick up on the numerous other times that you would come to that residence?
Sure.
And was the primary one of those?
Correct.
Okay. And the other two children, were they present at this time?
No, they wasn't at home.
Okay. One second. Did you hear any words exchanged between Marcus and Mr. McFall, either before the fight started or during the fight or after the fight?
No, but I do remember they got prior to Marcus leaving out the room, you know, he was calling names and, when I left out the hallway to try to find my phone back in the room, I heard Marcus ask, "Where's my gun?"
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this.
Okay, as to the very last statement. Okay, and so you said, is it fair to say that as Marcus was leaving, that's when you said Marcus was calling Mr. McFall out of his name?
Yeah, he's calling out his name.
Okay, and then he made the statement that it's not into the record because it was a sustained objection, but he made that statement prior to the beginning of the fist fight. Did I get that right?
I'm sorry, see?
So there's a statement that you said that Marcus made, and it's not in the record because it was an objection that was sustained. So you said he made a statement. He didn't make that statement prior to the fist fight starting.
Correct.
Okay. So at the time that he made that statement, are you able to ascertain where Mr. McFall was located in the house?
I'm not saying what you're saying.
So at the time that Marcus made the statement,
Yes,
do you know where Mr. McFall was in the house?
he was downstairs, he was downstairs on his way up.
Okay. How loud did Marcus make that statement?
He was loud enough to come downstairs.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. One second. Just a couple more questions. After Marcus indicated that he had injuries and whatever the case may be, where did Mr. McFall do?
He stayed around, helped the ambulance, you know, come make sure they got upstairs to them to get assistance.
He assisted the ambulance staff, or did he assist Marcus himself?
Both.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Can you redirect? Just briefly, Ms. House, did the defendant leave before the police arrived?
Yes,
Okay. You indicated on cross-examination that you had changed your locks. Why did you change your locks to your home?
because I didn't want him having to keep my house anymore.
When you say he, who's he?
Really?
The defendant?
Yes.
But Marcus had a key to your house?
I'm sorry?
But Marcus had a key to?
He did.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. So now, you got home that night. You were home, your 17-year-old home, too, right?
Correct.
And at some part of the night, I think you said around 2:00 a.m.
Yeah,
Marcus gets there.
yeah,
When Marcus arrives, were you asleep?
I will,
Woke you up fussing at you about a sheet.
yeah.
And was it soon thereafter that the defendant shows up? Or how much time passed?
I really don't remember, I don't remember some fuss and I would say maybe 5 to 10 minutes went by.
So the defendant has been to your house before, right?
Correct.
When he comes to your house, is it always to pick up children?
Yeah.
That's the only time, only reason?
That's the only reason.
Does he ever pick your children up at 2 a.m.?
Yeah, before.
Has?
Yeah.
Which one?
17-year-old? Yeah.
Why would he pick up at 2 a.m.?
And I'm not sure, I know that night, I guess the friends went hanging out, because we only communicate through the oldest.
The defendant is your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
Do you still have some kind of romantic relationship with him?
No.
I think you testified that Marcus somewhat had a problem with the defendant, is that right?
Correct.
You know if the defendant had a problem with Marcus as well?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, you did?
No, I don't.
Any questions based on my question?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No questions. Thank you, Ms.
And I don't have any further witnesses for purposes of this case, really.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Not very much.
The bind over is correct.
Mr. Sinclair.
I just wait to. Okay, Judge, I object to the bind over. I think that we have very candid testimony as to what happened in this matter. The high points, in my opinion, are that Marcus was present. It was angry with Ms. House because of their situation. Her testimony included that once Mr. McFall got there, he got more angry. The testimony also includes information that Marcus initiated the fight with Mr. McFall, that there was a statement that would lead Mr. McFall to believe that there was a problem or a danger in the house. We have information that
I can't consider that. I sustain that.
I understand. There was the information that was contained in the objection, and then there was information that that Marcus was making derogatory statements toward Mr. McFall, calling him not the same things of that nature. The one thing that I noticed that was absent from the testimony is never at any time did this witness say that she was trying to get Mr. McFall to leave the house, or that he wasn't, welcome in the house or anything of that nature in that actual moment. She said that he had communicated with her that he was coming, but she didn't know if Mr. McFall had communicated with the son that he was coming. And she said, again, very transparent, surprisingly so in my opinion, that it wasn't out of the ordinary for Mr. McFall to be there at 2:00 in the morning to pick up the 17-year-old kids. So all of the indications that I have as it relates to the testimony is that Marcus was the aggressor. He started the fight. He put Mr. McFall in a situation where he had to defend himself. And it seems that his injury may have come from, Marcus's injury may have come from Mr. McFall defending himself in that situation. We don't have a situation where it's clear that Mr. McFall wasn't supposed to be there, anything like that, because again, it would testify that it wasn't out of the ordinary for him to be there. She said that he didn't have a key because she changed the locks, whatever the case may be. But to a point that I believe the court raised in his questions, it was 2:00 in the morning and the door was open. So when I asked the witness about Mr. McFall, it's like, what could she hear in his voice? Like when he arrived at the house, I believe her response was concern. So it seems to me that Mr. McCoy did not arrive at the house with any sort of negative intentions, bad intentions, or anything of that nature. And that Marcus was the one that initiated the fight, started the fight, and Mr. McCoy may have been put in a situation where he had to defend himself. I do understand the nature of the self-defense weapon. And I don't think there's enough here just to mind over for further proceedings on this matter. I'm asking the court to not find it. Dismiss the matter.
Your Honor, if I may, self-defense is obviously a question of fact for a jury. In this case, I specifically asked Ms. House if after 2 a.m. on November 13, 2023, if the defendant had permission to be in her home. She specifically stated no. She later stated she changed the locks so that the defendant would not have a key to her home. I think it's important to note that she did not see Marcus with any weapons, that it was the defendant who came up the stairs, down the hallway, met the hallway right outside the bedroom when the fight began. The only evidence here is that the defendant had a knife. And obviously there's intent to kill or intent to do great bodily harm in this case. The victim was stabbed once in the upper left chest, once in the lower left abdomen, and then once directly in the back. So based on the stab wounds, based on the evidence of the defendant entering the home without permission, coming upstairs and having to fight, and the victim's statement that I think he stabbed me after he collapsed on the ground, certainly there's probable cause for second-degree murder.
All right. So a person cannot use deadly force in self-defense unless he has a reasonable and good faith belief that from an objective standpoint, deadly force is necessary. A defendant may not use deadly force to respond to a threat that was not itself deadly. In other words, you can't bring a deadly weapon to a fist fight, which is basically what I've heard. That let's say we want to paint Marcus Jones as a bad guy, that he's jealous, that he's enraged because he feels like his girlfriend is carrying on a relationship with the defendant or someone else. And then the defendant shows up and at 2 o'clock in the morning or somewhere around that time, has the audacity to not even knock at the door, but to walk into the house, talk. So the deceased, Mr. Goings, gets up. He's already angry because he thinks that she's cheating on him, and yet, lo and behold, another man is in the house, walking out, a man that she's had a relationship with, a man that she shares a child with. So he's upset. He goes into the hallway, unarmed, and gets into a fist fight with the defendant. At some point, a knife is produced, and Mr. Goings ends up dead, suffering from at least 3 stab wounds. Again, you cannot bring a deadly weapon into a fist fight. I think what we have here is at a bare minimum a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact. Deadly force can be used in self-defense when the reasonable person feels threatened with imminent death, serious bodily injury, and in some circumstances a serious felony, none of which in this court's opinion existed here. The court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 15, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m. Following the continued. Thank you. Right this way. Have a seat.
May I retrieve the
Yes, sir. Sit there, I'm gonna get that coat from you.
You can't have it. I had it made, I don't know the size of the picture.
Yeah, I've never seen nothing like that. That's not.
Appreciate you. If you had unsustained some of the reactions, that might be unsustained.
I did. You got, I think it was about 50. You got some of your sustained.
Yeah, you did. I see your direction.
All right.
Good, how are you?
Have a good day, John.
Thank you. You too.
Have a good team, sir.
All right, guys.
Good luck. Stay out there.
She be cracking me up. When I used to be down in Sabrina's room, she looked at my face, she said I cracked her up too. Cause sometimes I'm like, what? And then the court officer had to stop me one day, I just threw my hands up. He said, you can't do that in here. Yeah, you cracking me, not cracking me up in that way, but nothing, you just fair. You just fair, and you let people know when you come in here, don't play. I'm so glad you just step out in the hall a few minutes ago.
Did we have another incident?
Yeah, you would have locked him up. I told him to hurry up and leave. I said, go on and leave, because he gonna lock you up, leave.
We stayed quiet. I didn't hear it.
I'm glad, because I was waiting for you to come out.
Hey, Judge.
Charging him. I know. Yeah, yeah. No, not to bring her up. Let's start with Paul. Mr. Paul. No, he. This year? Oh. Yes, go ahead. Yes. Oh, I will. Please. Mr. Mason.
Please call him. I need him bad. I begged him from last night.
Right, that's it.
Mr. Pope. May I raise your first name?
Yes.
All right. Just want to make sure. And you say what you want, Mark?
Pardon me?
Exhibits.
I have them all marked. Right now, there's gonna be 6.
Already marked?
Yeah.
You're completely marked, you think?
Guys, look like you're ready. Got all your witnesses?
I just need a couple of minutes just to get on Zoom, get everything ready. I think we're close.
I've got their names.
Okay.
Bill? Last name? Steve? Great.
Ready now, Mr. Fedora?
Can the court let me in on Zoom?
Mr. Johnson, what can I do for you, sir?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you?
Thank you. What can I do for you?
I just got retained to represent Mr. Maurice Higgins. And I understand there was a preliminary exam scheduled for today at 1:30. I've had a chance to speak with his assigned counsel and with the prosecutor, and would like to request an adjournment.
You're going to retain in on the day of the exam?
I was just retained last night, Your Honor. I didn't realize that that the exam was going to be held. And I've had no chance to review the discovery.
I take it that's your case, Ms. Bonomo?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you feel about an adjournment?
Your Honor, I'm gonna have no objection. I knew last night that he possibly was changing his attorney. I just wanted to do this before 1:30 so I can let the family know, but I'm not gonna object. It was 2 officers that were gonna appear, so there's no civilians.
Sir, I would advise you not to do that because under normal circumstances, what I would do is I would have you sit second chair and have the original attorney of record proceed with the matter. That if you decide to take the case on the day of, you do so at your own peril. Calling case 2455401 for State of Michigan versus Maurice Higgins. Defendant is charged in count 1 operating while intoxicated causing death. Count 2 reckless driving causing death. Count 3 operating while intoxicated, less than 16. Defendant has an official offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Bonomo on behalf of the people, P84189.
Morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Stefan Johnson, P39546, on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Maurice Higgins.
All right, you have the floor, Mr. Johnson.
Your Honor, as we indicated, I was just retained last night. I didn't realize that there was a preliminary exam scheduled to be held today. I knew that this was the date and time set for a hearing. I would like to request an adjournment in order to review the discovery, Your Honor, and to also have a chance to meet with the prosecutor. I have spoken with the prosecutor and with the assigned counsel, who has agreed, who has consented to a substitution of counsel, and we're requesting the court for that relief.
How does February 15th work for you?
Your Honor, I have a sentencing on an M2 plea with 2 defendants with 3 different cases, so it's going to be a long one. And that's at noon. And then I have something at 9 a.m., a final conference for a motion.
February 15th at 10 o'clock.
I mean,
can you make 10 o'clock work, Ms. Bonomo?
yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson?
Sure, Your Honor.
All right, court will adjourn this matter to February 15th at 10 o'clock. Final be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is short. Mr. Fedoric, are you ready now, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
You come on, man. See you next to attorney over there.
Calling case 2359040. For the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Autumn Williams. Defendant is charged in count 5, felony firearm.
3, Your Honor.
Oh, count 3, I'm sorry. Murder, first degree, premeditated, juvenile defendant. And count 5, felony firearm. Here's this for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoric for the people, P76177.
Please, this also very appropriate to have Ms. Autumn Williams, who stands to my immediate left. My opinion of this for Ms. Williams. State your name for the record.
This daytime set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
3 or 4.
Do you have any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. Just offering into evidence what's been marked that the people proposed. 1, this is the medical examiner's report.
Okay. Any objection?
I don't think I can object, Judge. You can present it.
You can, it's on volume.
Yeah, right. It's showing in the courtroom, so I assume that's what he's doing.
Admit it.
Your Honor, just if I may just read from the report in part. So this is a medical examiner's report prepared by Dr. Lee Lavin. Pursuant to an autopsy performed on September 11th, 2023 on the victim Jalen McNeil. It was the examiner's opinion that the death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds. That was 3 gunshot wounds, 1 to the left neck, a second to that punctured the right lung, and then a third to the forearm. Further, the examiner indicated that her opinion was that the manner of death is homicide.
Amen.
And Your Honor, the people would first call Officer Deval Crenshaw.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, could you please state your full name, spelling first and last?
Deval, D-E-V-A-L, Crenshaw, C-R-E-N-S-H-A-W.
And what is your occupation?
Police officer with the city of Detroit.
And you are the officer in charge with respect to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
So have you come into contact with an Alexis Maxwell?
Yes.
All right, and did you have an opportunity to talk to that individual?
Yes.
And when you spoke to her, where were you?
At Detroit Public Safety Headquarters, 1301 3rd Street.
Okay. And whereabouts in that headquarters were you?
On the 5th floor in the interview room.
And is that interview room equipped with audio and video equipment?
Yes.
And did that equipment record this particular interview?
Yes.
All right. And then if you had an opportunity to review the video of that interview?
Yes.
And was that recording accurate as far as the interview you had with Ms. Maxwell?
Yes, it was.
Now, I'm just going to show you. You can take a look on the screen. There's a file named Exhibit 16. It starts exhibit or EX number 16. Have you seen that file before?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an interview with, myself, my partner at the time, Detective Trooper Jarrell from Michigan Police. And we were conducting an interview with, L Maxwell.
All right, thank you. That's all you're.
Suzanne?
Is that the first interview that Ms. Maxwell had?
I'm sorry?
Is that the first interview that she gave?
Yes.
Okay, so you never spoke to her prior to the interview that's on tape?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, no other officers ever spoke to her prior to the interview?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, you never were given any statements, written statements by her prior to that interview?
Say that again?
You never were given any officer statements of her being interviewed before you interviewed her on this video?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you know?
I don't think so.
Okay, so, was she under arrest?
No.
Did you provide her with, Miranda?
Objection, Your Honor, this isn't relevant, this is a witness, she's not a defendant, she's not the defendant in the case, so Miranda is relevant. I don't believe, I would submit, Your Honor, it's not relevant.
I think it absolutely is relevant because it will go to, I guess, the nature of coercion or whatever else might come. Thank you, Judge. Okay, so she was Mirandized?
I don't remember, I have to look at the statement.
And Your Honor, I can play that portion of the video if the court wishes. Again, I don't think it's relevant.
Who was there with you during this interview?
My partner, Detective Trooper Jarrell.
This interview was done on what day?
September the 12th.
And how did she get down to the police station?
I don't remember.
Was she handcuffed while she was there making a statement?
No.
Did the officers bring her down to the police station?
I don't know how she got down there.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit.
All right.
Give a call, L Maxwell.
Who's the young lady I have here?
Oh, that's Alexis Mack.
Alexis Maxwell. Come on, man. It's okay. Nobody's angry.
Or if you may want to talk to her.
You want to talk to her?
One second.
Before I talk. It's an issue with why she's just afraid. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Just once she comes out. He's not covered.
Young lady, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Madam Court Reporter, do you have her name? Okay, thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud. That you pick up the base of that microphone, place that in your lap and speak directly into the microphone for us, okay?
Yes.
All right, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again, Ms. Maxwell. Could you please state your full name for the record and please spell your first name and then spell your last name?
Alexis Maxwell, ELEXISMAXWELL.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm just going to refer you to an incident back in September 10th, 2023. Remember the incident?
Yes,
Okay. Now, on that day, where were you? Do you remember?
I was home.
Okay. And are you able to give us your address?
Yes, 8615 Rosemont Ave, Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. And who else was there that day?
Me and my sisters.
Okay. And was one of those sisters Autumn Williams?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point in time, do you recall police coming to the residence?
Yes.
And do you remember about what time that was?
No.
Okay. And did you have contact with any of the officers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did they explain why they were there?
Yes, they did.
And what did they say?
They stated that the neighbors called because someone was outside brandishing firearms.
Okay. Now, before they arrived, were you outside at all?
No.
Where were you?
I was upstairs.
Okay. And so what did you say to the officers?
Well, he asked me, did I see anyone with firearms? And I told him that I didn't.
Okay. Now, and then what did the officers do?
After that, they just told us they came out just for that and they left.
Okay. And then what did you do after they left?
I went back upstairs.
Okay. Now, was there anything else that drew your attention after that? But was there anything that you heard or saw that caused you to go outside again?
Speaking to the microphone.
Well, people from across the street, that's why they're saying this. That's what made me come back outside.
Okay, now did you hear what they said?
No, but when I came out, that's when the mother requested to speak with me.
Okay. And what's the mother's name? If you know. And that's fine if you don't.
Alicia, I believe.
Okay, Alicia. And do you know the address of that residence?
No.
Okay. Now would that be directly across the street from your house?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And so it's on Rosemont, correct?
Correct.
Now, so when you went outside, what did you see?
I saw her and her daughters coming across the street.
Okay. Do you know the names of the daughters by any chance?
No.
No? Okay. And then from your house, was there anybody outside?
We all were outside. All of my sisters.
Okay. And how many sisters?
Five. Two other people.
And was Autumn outside then?
Yes.
Now, was there anybody else, other than your sisters, other than the people across the street, was there anybody else there?
Yes.
Who's
Two
that?
other males.
And do you know their names?
One go by JJ, the other one.
And that's fine if you don't remember the name. Was there anything that happened between those two males that you saw?
One male, he proceeded to argue with another male from across the street. Fight broke out.
And who was involved in the fight?
JJ.
Okay, and do you know who the other person was who was involved in the fight?
I'm not sure of his name.
Okay. Now, you said there was
We were talking about. We're talking about, so the two males started fighting.
Yeah, it was two males on that side, and then two males across the street.
So the two males across the street, do you know their names?
Marvin name Smooth.
Okay. Now, Smooth, do you know his real name?
Jalen.
Belon? Okay. That other person across, so was Smooth involved in this fight?
No.
That other male across the street, was he involved in the fight?
Yes.
Okay. And so just him and JJ?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how did that fight end up resolving?
Actually, it like the first fight, I tried to break it up. Then they started fighting here. That's where shooting happened.
Okay. Now, where were you when the shooting happened?
I was on my porch.
Okay. Where were you faced?
I was faced across the street.
Okay, so towards the street? Okay. Now, did you see anybody with guns at that point?
I saw a ceiling right there.
Okay.
And I saw the other male from off my side with the weapon.
Okay. Was he one of the individuals in the fight?
Yes, but he didn't fight. He didn't fight, he was just over it.
Okay. He wasn't fighting. He wasn't one of the two guys fighting.
No.
Okay. And do you know his name?
He goes by 2-3.
Is it 2-3? And was there anybody else with the gun that you saw? You're sure there wasn't somebody else that you saw with the gun?
Other than the mother, no.
Okay, so the mother, and what's her name again?
Alicia.
Okay, and then was there somebody else?
No.
Go back to that later. Now, so did you see somebody shoot?
Yes.
Okay, who did you see shoot?
2-3.
And who else did you see shoot?
The mother, Alicia.
And who else did you see shoot?
That's it.
Did you see Smooth shoot?
No.
Now, did you see anybody, what did you see after the shots?
So, I think she got for everybody running.
Did you see anybody fall to the ground?
Yes.
Who was that? Who was that?
Smooth was on the ground and the other guy.
Okay, and you say the other guy, that the other guy involved in the fight?
Yes.
And then did anybody else fall to the ground that you saw?
My little brother.
Okay, and then what did your little brother do after he fell to the ground?
He got back up, ran into the house.
Okay, and then did he end up living, surviving?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to Jalen. So when he fell to the ground, did he get up again?
No.
He stayed on the ground? And the other individual, did he ever get?
No.
He stayed on the ground? Okay. All right. Now, your sister Autumn during this, were you able to see her during this incident, during the shooting?
Somewhat.
Okay, so when the shooting started, what was Autumn doing?
It was like she was arguing back and forth with them.
Was it somebody in particular?
I believe it was the female that was at the door across the street.
Okay, all right. And did she have a firearm on her at the time?
I didn't see it.
Now, at the time of the shooting, did you see Autumn with a gun?
No.
Okay. What did you see Autumn do at the time the shooting.
Seeing her raise her hand as if she was pointing, but I didn't see a firearm.
Okay, and pointing towards what?
She was pointing towards school.
Okay. And was there anything else you saw? Is there anything that indicated to you that shots were fired? Now, at the time that Autumn raised her gun to Smooth, was Smooth still standing?
Yes.
I'm gonna object, Judge, that's not in evidence.
She didn't testify that she raised her gun to Smooth. She said that she pointed.
So, okay. At the time that Autumn pointed the gun at Smooth.
Objection, Judge, he's trying to put the gun in her hand, and clearly this witness has not testified to that.
At the point that Autumn raised her hand to Smooth, was Smooth still standing?
Yes, he was.
And then, how long after that did Smooth fall to the ground?
Can't answer it because soon as I heard the shot, after I seen the first shot, I turned my head.
Okay, but you saw, so when Autumn raises her hand, at some point after that, you saw Jalen on the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was it when you turned your head around again?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you hear shots while Autumn was raising her hand? Did you hear the shots? Did you hear any shooting at all when Autumn raised her hand?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything that looked like gunfire?
No.
Now, you recall speaking to police about this matter afterwards, correct?
Yes.
And that was on September 12th, so 2 days after the incident. You went to the police headquarters and talked to an officer. All right. Now, was there anything that you told the police at that time that's different from what you're testifying to today?
I didn't hear.
Pardon me?
I don't believe so.
All right, now, one of the officers asked you, did you see Autumn with the gun? Remember that?
Yes.
And then your response was, yes, while she was shooting, but it was little, it didn't go past the bottom of her hand. Is that correct? Is that correct that you said that?
Not that I remember.
Yeah, approach the witness, Ron. Counsels. So I'm gonna just refer you just down to the. And then so Ms. Maxwell, I just showed you a copy of your written statement. So did that help you remember making that statement that you saw Autumn with the gun when she was shooting?
Yes, but I also stated that I didn't see a gun. And I also stated that I didn't see fire come from the gun. And I don't know if she actually had a gun because other people were shooting.
Okay, is it true that you told the officers while she was shooting, but it was little, it didn't go past the bottom of her hand? true that you said?
That is true.
And you saw her with a gun prior to that day, previously that day, correct?
She was there. I didn't even know she was there at my house.
Now, when you saw Autumn raise her hand, did she raise her hand as if she was shooting?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you then saw sparks, smoke? Isn't it true that you saw sparks when she raised her hand?
I didn't see sparks come from her, but I did see sparks from the other weapon that was firing on top of her.
And you also told the officers that you did see shots going off when Autumn raised her hand, correct?
I did say shots were going off.
Now, as far as, so you saw Autumn raise her hand as if to be shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you saw another individual also shoot, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw a woman across the street shooting, correct?
Correct.
Now, who shot first?
2-3.
I didn't hear that.
2-3.
Now, again, when you were interviewed by police, didn't you say something contrary to that? Okay. Didn't you say that you weren't sure who shot first?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you not sure who shot first or who shot first?
Based off the first person that actually was shot, that tells you who shot first.
Okay, I'm asking you about what you saw, Ms. Maxwell, then you need to testify about what you saw. Did you see who shot first?
No.
And you didn't see Jalen shoot, correct?
Right.
Now, just one final thing I have to have you do, Ms. Maxwell. Do you see your sister Autumn in the court?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you grow up with her?
No.
No. How many times did you interact with her in your life?
Over the past like 3 years, a lot.
Okay. So you have no problem identifying her, right?
Sure.
Can you just point to her? Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell did identify the defendant.
So noted.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examine. Ms. Maxwell, you gave a statement to the police, and then you signed it, is that correct?
Correct.
Needless to say, that statement wasn't actually correct. There's some things in it that you are now changing in that statement. Is that correct? Okay, so when you went to the police and made this statement, where were you? Where did you make the statement?
Police headquarters.
Okay, and how did you get to the police headquarters?
I was arrested.
Okay, when you say you were arrested, were you handcuffed?
Yes, I
Were
was.
you put in the back of a car?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and then taken against your will to go and make a statement?
Correct.
Okay, did they give you what's known as Miranda? Tell you that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes,
That you could get a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, did they tell you that you were a witness? Okay, so did they ask you if you had any weapons on that day and time?
No.
So who is JJ? Who is he to you?
He's the father to my children.
And you know somebody by the name of Tank?
I love him.
Okay, who is Tank?
I believe that's his father's friend.
Okay, and was he there on that day?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and then 2-3 was there, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you saw individuals with guns. You saw 2-3 with a gun?
Yes, I did.
And you saw Alicia with a gun.
Correct.
You were asked who shot first, and you, based upon what tells you that 2-3 shot first?
The first body that fell.
Okay, so the first body that fell. So as soon as 2-3 shoots off that weapon, does the body fall?
Yes.
Okay, and then is there additional gunshots right after that weapon is discharged?
Yes.
Do you know where those other shots are coming from?
No.
Okay, when you stated that you saw Jalen with a gun, how did you see his gun?
This was in his pants pocket.
Okay, and you never pulled it out?
No.
Okay, what about Alicia?
Yes.
And Alicia is Jalen's mother.
Correct.
And she is, at what point, where is she with her weapon?
She's standing in her doorway.
She's standing in the doorway, and when does she start discharging? Did you see her discharge her weapon?
No, not until the end when it was like she was putting it down.
Okay, so she was putting it down, so you know she had it in her hand.
Right.
But you never saw her actually shooting towards the street where this incident was going on. Okay, when we talked about Autumn, where is Autumn when the first shots are fired?
She's across the street.
Okay, when you say across the street, tell me what.
At Jalen's house.
Okay, so is she on Jalen's, if you're looking right at the house where Jalen is at, is she on their property facing their house or somewhere else?
She's on their property facing their house.
Okay, and where is 2-3?
He is in their driveway.
And where is Smooth
Smooth.
or Jalen?
He was on the curb.
Where did this fight take place?
The fight took place like in between their driveway and the neighbor's house.
And you never saw Autumn in the fight, did you?
No.
You saw Autumn running off at the mouth?
That's all.
Okay, so now where was your little brother? What's your little brother's name?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, where was he?
He was right on the side of the farm.
Okay, and how old was he?
14.
Okay, and did you see who shot Jeremiah?
No.
Is Jeremiah facing the home
Yes,
that
he is.
Jalen comes from?
Yes.
Okay, and Autumn is facing that home as well.
Correct.
Did you see who shot Autumn?
No.
Out of the weapons that you saw there on that particular day, you testified that you saw 2-3 discharge his weapon.
Correct.
And you testified that at some point you saw Autumn discharge his weapon.
I didn't necessarily see Autumn discharge a weapon.
Okay, what did you tell the police then?
They stated that I said that I saw Autumn shooting, but I told them that I saw Autumn with her hands in a motion as if she had one, but I never saw the gun itself.
You never saw the gun, and you never saw any sparks or anything coming from her hand.
Correct.
Is that what you told the police?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many gunshots you heard that day?
No,
Was it over 10?
I'm not sure.
How close was Autumn to Smooth?
Can you explain the distance because they both were on the same side at the same house? They want for it.
Okay, so where you're sitting, tell us a point in this courtroom that might demonstrate how close they were. They're as close to each other as that panel. No, the panel right in front of you, the glass panel.
No, they were about, let me see, from where I'm sitting up to these files.
Up to the file, so it's like maybe 10 feet. Seven, 8 feet, that's fine. And they're facing one another. And 2-3 is behind Autumn.
All right, on the side.
On the side. And is there anyone else that you saw with a weapon there?
No.
Now you're here today because you've been arrested, right? Like, when were you arrested?
No, I'm gonna object to this, it's not relevant.
I think it's relevant to whether or not she's being coerced in terms of her testimony.
Allow
I was picked up 8:30 this morning.
This morning. And you never told the police that you saw Alicia discharge her weapon?
I'm sure she discharged her, but I did see her with it raised and then she did.
That was
During the shooting.
during the shooting. So was it directly after 2-3 has shot someone in the street?
And Your Honor, can we clarify who we're talking about?
She identified her 2-3.
I'm not sure what the question's addressing as far as who Mr. Polk is asking.
What's the other name? She identified Alicia.
Right.
Yeah, that's
what I
thought.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not doing it. So in terms of when you see Miss Alicia raise her hand, and she raised her hand with the gun?
Right.
Okay, is that right after?
That was right after 2-3 had killed the first person.
Yeah, killed the first
and turned to
person.
the second.
And turned to the second? Was that before 2-3 actually shot the second time?
Yes.
And then you believe that you didn't see sparks or anything coming from Alicia's gun?
No, I didn't, it was like, as soon as I seen her with a gun, it was like 2-3 that started shooting again. I turned to look at him, so I didn't see what she did after she lowered it.
Okay, so at what point did you know that Jermaine, that's your little brother? Jeremiah had been shot?
I didn't realize until the police had arrived that my brother was shot.
Now, when this, you were asked earlier about when the police initially came. So they initially come and they speak to you. Okay, after the police leave, how long is it before you go back outside hearing this argument?
You want to say less than 30 minutes?
Okay, less than 30 minutes. Okay, and then you go outside and there's an argument between the people that live across the street and people at German.
Correct.
And how many people were outside?
From my side, I'm gonna say maybe like 9.
And how many from across the street were outside? 15.
6, 7.
What did I have any additional questions, Jason?
No, Your Honor, and I had asked that Maxwell be released.
Ms. Maxwell, I imagine that this isn't easy for you to call here as a witness. Your sister is charged as a defendant, right? You don't really want to be here, do you?
No.
The prosecution wanted you to testify as to statements that you made to the police, right?
I was notified, right, after that situation, and I moved, so they contacted me and told me, and then.
Who is 2-4? Do you know what's real name?
2-3, no.
2-3, I'm sorry.
That was my first time meeting.
Know what this major huge dispute was over?
We had prior incidents with the people across the street.
When you say we, who we talking about?
Me and my sisters, a lot of back and forth arguing, things we will do.
That includes all of as well?
Right.
Yeah. Arguments going back and forth. What are you arguing about?
I really can't tell because I was working most of the time. I just come home and hear about it, but I'm not even really sure how it all started, like what made everybody get into it.
Okay, so these, so far as you know, are the girls that you guys are beating with, is that right?
Correct.
So how do these guys get involved?
So the guys got involved. They just started coming over. And then us talking about it, they hear what we got to say about it.
So you know a person by the name of Jalen McNeil?
Correct.
Who is Jalen McNeil to you?
He was just a friend.
So he was a friend. So would you say he was on your side or their side?
He didn't want nothing to do with none of it. He was just caught in the middle of it.
He was just out there.
Correct.
This 2-3 guy, would you say he was on your side or their side?
You know, our side.
2-3 was on your side? And you said there were at least 2 other guys that were on their side, is that right?
2 guys on my side, 2 and JJ, and 2 guys on the opposite side.
Sorry, what did you say?
And there were 2 guys on the opposite side.
Okay. 2-3 had a gun.
Right.
Did JJ have a gun?
No.
And Jalen, did he have a gun?
Yes, we did.
Did you see Jalen do anything with that?
No.
And at the time, you told the police that you saw your sister raise her hand, that she had a small gun, didn't go past the palm of her hand, is that right? That's what you told the police?
I stated to the police that my sister, that Autumn raised her hand as if she had a weapon. But I
You described
never,
it as a small gun, though.
I said if she did have one, which they didn't put in the thing, I said if she did have one, it would have to be small because I didn't see it, I didn't see sparks and I didn't see her shoot.
Questions based on my question?
And just to clarify, 2, 3, is he also go by Tane?
Correct.
So 2, 3, and Tane are the same person?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else? I don't have any additional questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Sorry. I don't see it. Yes, I do.
Jada Odom.
Step forward, have her hand. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Your voice up nice and loud. Speaking to that microphone that'll be to your left once you sit down. Okay, pick the base of that up and place it in your lap so you can speak directly into that. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again. Could you please state your full name for the record and please spell your first name and your last name.
Jada, Jayda, O-D-O.
Thank you. Apologize, Ms. Odom. Now, you know why you're here to testify today, and I just need to ask you some questions about this incident. Now, first of all, I have to ask you, Jalen McGee, how is he related to you?
That's my brother.
And he passed away in this incident.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to ask you some questions about him. Did he have any nicknames? Now, and then did you and Jalen live together?
Yes.
Where did you live?
Rosemont.
Do you remember the address?
8620.
And who else lived at that house?
My other brother, my mom.
Now, September 10th of 2023, do you remember that day?
Yeah.
Now, were all those people at home at your mom's house?
Yeah.
And do you recall any incidents that caught your attention that happened?
No.
Were you familiar with people who lived directly across the street from you?
No, I never conversation with you.
Had you seen them before?
No.
Do you know an Autumn Williams?
Mm-hmm.
And you say yes or no?
Yes.
And how did you know Miss Williams?
Rosemont. We never conversated. I just see her.
Over there, and where's over there?
Rosemont.
Okay. And so, do you know where she lived on Rosemont?
Across the street.
Okay. So that's that house directly across the street from yours?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew that Miss Williams lived there?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with how many people lived in that house?
We was there every day. Never.
And did you ever run into any of those people?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have any have any incidents with those people? No. Okay. Do you recall the police, being in the area on that day, September 10th?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything that happened before the police being there, do you remember?
The lady called the police. I just.
Okay. You didn't see anything happen? No? Okay. So before the lady called the police, you didn't see what happened?
I was told that.
Okay.
I didn't see.
After the police arrived, did you watch, did you actually see the police there?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened with that, from what you saw?
They went over there to ask, was there?
Objection, call for
Not-
hearsay. And speculation.
I can re-ask your question. And so, don't get into what they said, but you actually saw the police there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And about how long were they there before they left?
5 minutes.
Okay. And then, so then the police left, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what happened after the police left?
I got into an argument on
All right. Now, where were you in this argument?
on my porch.
Okay. Were you on the porch when the police were there?
No.
Okay. And so, what made you go on to the porch after the police?
I started hearing commotion between my mom and.
Okay. And then, so, when you were on the porch, what was the interaction you had with the body? Did she say something to you?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She wanted to fight.
Okay. Do you remember what specifically she said?
I want to.
And anything else? Did you notice whether she was holding anything at the time?
No.
And then, how long did you interact with Bobby at that point in time?
My brother told me to go now.
Objection.
Not really long.
Go ahead.
All right, and so during that interaction you had with Autumn, did you say anything to her?
Yes.
What did you say to her?
She wanted to.
Okay, did she say anything back?
She went in the house to go get all the girls that was in.
Okay, so Autumn went back into her house?
Yes.
Now, during that time, did you see anything in her hand?
No.
So that entire time you were interacting with Autumn, did you see anything in her hand?
No.
Okay. We'll get back. Now, did you see anybody doing anything as far as consuming alcohol?
They told me.
Did you, as to what you saw, did you see anybody consuming alcohol?
Consuming alcohol?
Yeah, drinking?
No.
When you were interacting with Autumn, were there any signs you observed that whether she had been drinking or not?
Objection and cause for speculation, Judge, and I'd ask that you stay.
Whether she noticed any signs?
And it's legal.
So what were the signs? So,
Cause I never conversated with them, so something had was the wrong word.
okay, what was it in particular?
Like for her just to talk to me period. I never had any conversation with her, so.
Okay, was it the manner in which she was talking? Was it how she talked to you?
You're just saying that she wanted to fight, like I was confused.
Okay. Now, so you went inside after that. You went inside after that interaction with Bob?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, was there anything else that happened outside that drew your attention?
What's this? Tank he was in the middle of the street. And my mama went over there, so that's what made me come back outside. I came back outside because my mama was in the street talking to Tank.
Okay, and, don't go into what was said, but did you hear the conversation?
Yeah,
Okay, was it heated, like were people yelling, or was it just kind of normal, or,
he was trying to defuse the problem.
and he being who? Tank, okay. Did Tank have anything in his hands? What was that?
AR.
Okay, and what is an AR? And that would be a firearm?
Yes.
And then what happened after your mom went to talk to Tank, what happened after that?
My brother Jalen came outside and he told me my mother was in one house.
And then was there anything else that happened after that?
As me and my mom was walking towards the house, Alexis' baby daddy and Dirty D started fighting.
So two people started fighting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you actually see that fight?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Did you see how the fight ended? Did you see the fight end?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened when the fight ended?
Tank started shooting.
Okay. And so where was Tank at the time that he started shooting?
My grass by the front window.
Oh. Now where are you when you see Tank start shooting?
I was in the doorway closing the door.
Now, were you able to see like how many shots he fired?
They was coming through the window. So
The window of your house?
yes.
Were you able to tell how many shots he had fired? Did you hear the shots?
Yes.
Okay. So now, once you went inside, you closed the door, could you still see outside?
No.
Okay. Did you still hear the shots?
Yes. Once the went on.
Okay. Now, was there anything about the shots you heard that you didn't, that you were able to, I guess that it seemed significant? Was there anything about the sound of the shots that seemed significant? Were you able to tell whether the shots were just one person shooting, more than one person
It
shooting?
was more than one.
And how could you tell that?
It was going off at one time. First, it was the AR, then all of them just started going, it sounded like a lot of shots.
Okay. And as far as the number of guns, were you able to tell how many guns were fired?
3.
3. Now, where was your mom at this time?
Now, with me,
Okay. Did you see your mom with the gun?
no,
Did your mom, at any time after the shooting started, did you see your mom with a gun?
no,
Did you ever see your mom shooting?
no.
Now, at the time you saw Tank start shooting, were you able to see where Jalen was?
Yes,
And where was he?
he was by our driveway, but standing on the grass.
All right. And then did you see Autumn?
Yes, no, she was across the street.
Okay. At the time that Tank started shooting, did you see where Autumn was?
By the time when I closed the door, she was across the street, well, on the curb.
And about how far from from tank was off. So, as far as like how far I am away from you, was it that far? Or further away or closer?
It was probably about this, about like how you are now.
Okay, not further away, not closer,
Probably a little further.
further away?
Like
Take
right
a step,
there.
take a step back,
Yeah, like right there.
about here?
Mhm.
Okay, this is the distance between, Autumn and tank.
Yes.
All right. Now, what was, do you remember the distance between?
13 to 15 feet.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, for the record, I'm standing approximately 15 feet. So Ms. Odom, as far as Autumn and Jalen, approximately how far away were they?
Yeah,
Closer? Someone to stop.
Jalen was like right here. Okay, go ahead. Jalen was right here.
Well, I'm talking, so you're Jalen.
Okay, I'm Jalen.
Autumn. Just tell me when to stop. Is this how far away they were?
Yeah.
Not closer than that? Okay, so and for the record, that's about 10 feet.
8 to 10 feet.
8 to 10 feet. So if I showed you a photo of the front of your house, would you be able to just mark where everybody was?
Yes.
And approach the witness, Your Honor? So this is, for the record, this is People's Proposed Exhibit 2. First of all, I'm going to show you that. Does that look familiar to you? That's your house? Okay. And that would be the house right in the middle. Okay. Now, people would offer that as People's Exhibit 2.
Any objection? No objections, sir.
So first of all, I'm going to ask you to mark where tank was, just write 10, just write an X, and then just write 10 all over there. This is tank, write an X, and then write tank. All right. Now I want you to just put an X where Jalen was, and then write Jalen. And then please put an X where Autumn was, and then write Autumn. Great. All right, now, so to be clear, did you see anybody other than you?
No.
Okay. But approximately how long after you started shooting did you close the door?
When I heard the first shot, we was walking out.
Split second?
Split second.
Okay. And then at some point, did you look outside?
I didn't look outside until after the shots were fired.
Okay, no more shots were fired once you looked outside? Say yes or no?
No.
Okay. And what did you do next after the shooting stopped? What did you do? Okay, and how did you try and help them?
Put pressure on his neck to slow the bleeding down.
And did you call 911?
No.
Do you know someone you did?
Sick.
Okay. And did any assistance come? Did an ambulance come or anything?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help your brother until the ambulance came?
When the ambulance came, they came to our house, but someone yelled that a minor had got hit, so they just went across the street to get the minor. And it was just
Okay. Did you, how long did you help your brother? And then, at some point, did your mom, is your mom also Jalen's mom?
Yes.
Did your mom do anything to help Jalen? And, did you or your mom do anything to Jalen's body? Did you ever get to leave Jalen's hospital?
No, the police, first said put him through the body of the state.
Okay. And so, and then when the ambulance finally came, and again, did they take your brother?
They said that he was there.
Now, do you remember talking to police about this incident after the incident happened, Ms. Oda?
Yeah.
Do you remember, is there anything you told police that may have been different from what you testified to today? Have you had a chance to read the written statements that you signed recently?
Yeah.
Right. I'm just gonna have you read the second question and then your answer. Okay.
What?
Not just yourself.
Oh,
Read yourself.
okay.
Now, so after reading your written statement, does that help you refresh your memory as far as whether you may have told the police something that was different from what you said today? Yeah. Okay, what's that? And she being who? Okay. So did you see Autumn waving a gun around? Okay. You're saying you don't remember? Okay. At this time in history, you don't remember whether she was waving a gun?
I know she had it.
I can't hear you talking to the microphone.
And just repeat that again. So
I know that she had one, but I don't really remember what she was on.
how did you know that she had a gun?
She had one.
Okay. Did you see a gun? Did you see Autumn with a gun?
I seen her with the little.
Okay, now we're talking about
on this day.
The day.
so September 10th, the day there was a fight and shooting. Did you see Autumn with a gun? Yes or no?
I seen yes.
I didn't hear it.
Yes, yes, I did.
You did. Okay. And can you tell us? So again, you had an interaction with Autumn. And during that interaction, did you see her with a gun?
Yes.
Okay. When about during the course of that interaction did you see her?
When the police was called the first round.
Okay. Before or after the police arrived?
Just before.
Okay, so you did see Autumn before the police arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And Where was the gun when you saw her with the gun?
You know what I mean?
Okay. And what was she doing?
She was rapping. They was rapping. She's outside rapping.
Rapping?
Yes.
Now, can you describe the gun at all? You know what type of gun
It
it was?
was a hand.
And are you able to describe the size? And do you know guns as far as like types of guns? Would you be able to? Would you say it was a bigger or smaller handgun?
It was small.
Now, you previously testified, so we gotta clear this up. You previously testified, you didn't see what happened before the police. Is that correct? Okay, so we need to clear that up. Did you see what happened before the police arrived?
I just see, yeah,
Okay, so what was going on before the police arrived?
it was outside rapping with the girl.
Okay, where were you at the time?
I was in the house. But I at the door, and I just turned it off.
So why, so I just need you to explain why before when I asked if you saw what happened, did you say you didn't see? Are you sure that you actually saw?
Yes.
You're sure you saw him with the gun before the police?
Yes.
All right. Now, so after the police left, during the fight, did you see Autumn then?
During the fight?
Yeah.
No.
You couldn't see Autumn?
I was walking away, but when I tried to run to close the door, I knew she was standing where I was.
Okay. So when the shooting started, you could see Autumn.
I closed the door. I still take the hands off January. I closed the door.
Okay. At that point in time, did you see Autumn with the gun?
At that point in time, I'm not sure.
Okay. So you weren't focused on her?
No, I was focused on the tape.
Okay. All right. At any time during the fight and the shooting, did you see Autumn with a gun?
Shooting?
Yeah.
I didn't sit there and watch the fight.
Judge, I believe
After
the fight.
I just, everybody was running to the house.
Hang on. I can, okay, that's fine. Let me ask you this. So your attention, was it focused on Autumn the entire time through the fight and the shooting?
No,
Okay. So you're focused on other things?
I was focused on tape.
Okay, all right. Now, do you remember what Autumn was wearing on that day?
A white shirt. I think it's a little
Okay. Do you remember what color they were?
black.
And do you remember was she wearing the shirt the whole time, the whole day? Okay. Don't remember. If you saw her today, would you be able to recognize her obviously?
Yeah.
And you see her in the courtroom?
Yeah.
Just identify her by an item of her clothing where she is in the courtroom. First of all, an item of her clothing. Okay. And just you point to her. Let the record reflect that Ms. Odom did point to the defendant and did identify the defendant.
So no.
Now, if you saw a photo of the defendant from that day, would you recognize her? Yeah, these are photos, video. Okay. And of course, the witness, Your Honor. Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked first as people proposed for. Is that what's familiar to you? Okay. And what is that photo showing? Where is that photo?
At her house.
Whose house? And who's her?
Autumn.
Okay. And you see Autumn in that photo?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's two people. Can you just describe where in the photo she is? So you're pointing to the person who's in the box?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the defendant?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what she looked like on that day? If you remember.
White shirt.
Okay, so you don't remember? I'll show you. This is people's proposed 5. See that? Does that look familiar to you? Just as far as the photo, do you recognize anybody in that photo?
Yeah.
Who's that? Okay. And do you remember whether that's what she looked like on this day?
Ask and answer, she says she doesn't.
Different photo. So with respect to people's proposed 5, does that look like what Ms. Williams looked like on that day? If you don't remember, then just say. Okay. And then just to be clear, so your residence, your house, is that located on in the city of Detroit, Wayne County, Michigan?
Yeah.
Nothing really.
Just have a few questions. First of all, you absolutely have my condolences. I have a few questions that I need to ask you in reference to this incident. So you made your statement to the police on September 14th? I'm asking.
Yeah.
If you don't remember, you can tell me and I can bring it to you.
I just don't know.
You don't remember? Can I approach the witness?
Okay.
I don't want to talk to you.
In the party?
I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, that's not how this works. So we'll look at it. This is
I just want.
at the top, is it okay? Yes.
Yeah.
And so you talked to the police and you told the police what you observed, right?
Right.
And so when you came here earlier and said somebody told you about Autumn waving a gun, that's what you testified to under oath, right? That's what you testified to under oath, right?
Never said it was somebody to me.
Well, earlier when you first were asked, you said somebody told you that you didn't see her wave a gun. Okay. The record will speak for itself. Did you see, does your mother own a weapon?
No.
You never saw your mother with a weapon on that? Let me finish the question, young lady. Now, I understand that you're hostile, and it's okay.
Your Honor, I gotta object. This is very confrontational.
Judge, it's not
Totally out of
confrontational.
line. It is.
It absolutely is not.
She's just trying to answer.
She's not trying to answer my question. She's being rude. She snatched the paper out of my hand. I understand the nature of this proceeding, Judge, but I don't have to take abuse and I don't have to let her just think she's gonna run this process.
On a number of occasions, Mr. Polk has grabbed things out of my hands.
What's your legal objections?
Harassing witnesses.
And just for the record, this prosecutor will never, ever try to malign my character by saying I grabbed things out of his hand. I've never been rude to this prosecutor or to any prosecutor, and I find it very, very distasteful for him to make that accusation in reference to me.
Let's get
I'm trying, Judge. So you made a statement and you told the police the truth. Is that correct? No. Okay, so you made a statement and you told them some things that were true and other things that were not. Is that correct?
I told you the truth.
Okay, so when you said that you that Jalen shot back his 9mm, is that the truth?
Yeah.
And you went into the house before the shooting, actually
I'm
shot
gonna
it.
object and move to strike that last question. The question was, you said that Jalen shot a 9mm. She never testified. She never testified what type of gun. In fact, she testified that she can't identify types of guns. She's not familiar with types of guns. But move to strike that.
It's not gonna be strict, Judge, and this is the reason why I asked her about her statement, and then I asked her if she said this to the police. Now, I can give it to her and she can see, that's exactly what she said. May I approach the witness, Judge? Yes. End of this first paragraph, if you look at that, we get to see that question for recognition.
Which page is that, John?
It's page 2. Now, you told the police that Jalen shot back his 9mm gun. Is that correct?
When the police asked the question, I said he shot back. She said, was it a blah, blah, blah? I said, yeah, I guess.
Did you read this once you made the statement?
Yeah,
You signed it at the bottom?
yeah,
So that means that you agreed with the context of it?
whatever she said. She
Okay,
asked, she said, was it a? I said, I guess, because they had it, so I guess.
okay, but that's not what you just read.
Okay,
You just read.
yeah, that's what I told her.
And it's, so the record is
That's what I
clear
told her.
that Jalen shot back with his 9mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you went to make your statement, where did you make your statement?
I didn't know it was about, it was by Angelo.
Okay, do you know if it was police headquarters?
Yeah,
Okay, and how did you get to police headquarters?
I drove.
You drove? And did anyone, go with you?
Yeah.
Who went with you?
My mom.
And what is your mother's name?
Alicia.
What's her last name?
Spratton.
Spratton. Do you know, the actual name of a person by the name of Jody D?
Dewan.
And was Dewan present on the day of this incident?
Yeah.
And is Dewan a friend of your family's?
He's a friend of Jalen.
A friend of James?
Yeah.
So when Tank discharged his weapon, you didn't see that, did you?
What?
When Tank shot his gun?
Once, when he first shot his gun, I saw it and I closed the door.
Okay, you closed the door because you were trying to get out the way.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, and it's your testimony that you hear what you believe are the guns shoot.
It was up.
Yes, I'm saying that's what your testimony is. Okay. I don't think I have any additional questions. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Ms. Odom, counsel just asked you about, you telling police that, Jalen shot back with 9mm. You're asking about that?
Yeah.
Now, was that something you saw? Did you actually see Jalen shooting?
No.
Okay. So, why did you tell police?
Because 2 other people were shot. And it could have been from over there.
Okay. So you didn't really know whether Jalen had shot or not?
He was the only one outside.
Okay. But you didn't see him shoot, correct? Okay. And as far as what type of gun he had, did you know what type of gun it was?
No.
Okay. Did you say 9mm or one of the officers?
The officer said.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down.
I think we'll call Courtney Row.
Courtney Row.
Please step forward, raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the spots next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone to the left. If your face is better, place it in your lap so you can speak directly to the voice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rowe, can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last?
Yes, it is Courtney, Courtney, Rowe, ROWE.
And how are you employed?
I am a forensic technician trainee with the Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
With that specific position, about 7 months.
Now, do you recall being on duty on September 10th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do on that day?
I was partnered with somebody. I was assigned to be on the streets, assigned to responding to calls we received.
And did you receive any calls to perform your duties as a forensic technician?
Yes.
And you remember the address?
It was at 8620 Rosemont Avenue.
And you recall approximately the time that you arrived?
We arrived approximately at 8:10 p.m.
Any folks witness, Your Honor?
Man.
Just gonna show you first what's marked as people's proposed note 6. Can you take a look at that? Is that familiar to you?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is a photo of two placards on the sidewalk of 8620 Rosemont Avenue.
Is that the residence that you responded to?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, did you, part of your duties, did you prepare a scene sketch?
I did, yes.
All right, I'm going to show you people's proposed. Well, if you take a look at that, look at that, when you recognize that.
I do, yes.
All right, so what is people's proposed 12?
That is a scene sketch I prepared of an overall view, starting with an overall view of the streets and the 3 houses we had search warrants for. There are also separate sections of the scene. So for 8615, outside the entrance, my partner and I placarded and collected outside of 8620 Rosemont Avenue, where my partner and I placarded and collected evidence, as well as the insides of those residents of 8615 and 8620 Rosemont Avenue.
All right. Now, as far as 8615 Rosemont Avenue, were there any casings that you found?
There were casings outside of the residence, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you, so first I'm going to show you people's exhibits. I'll show you 6 again. Those placards, are those showing any casings, marking casings?
So it's hard to see because they're in the back, but 1 and 19 are not casings. It would be 8 through 18 in the rear portion of the photograph.
All right. Now I'm going to show you people's exhibit 8, proposed exhibit 8. You can take a look at that. What is that showing?
That would be at 8620, the associated driveway south of the dwelling. That would be casings 2 through 6.
Judge, I would ask the prosecutor to allow me to take a look at the proposed exhibits prior to him taking them over to the
All right, so getting back to testimony, so showing you people's proposed 8. And so are those showing casings, marking casings?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to bring you back to people's proposed. I'm going to show you people's proposed 7. You take a look at that. Does that show?
Yes.
And which placard denotes a casing?
Placard 2.
Okay, just that one?
In this image, yes.
Okay. And then on people's proposed aid, is that showing that black suit casing?
Yes.
And so, people's proposed 8 in relation to people's proposed 7, can you just describe where, with respect to the landmark that's located?
Okay. So I'll go with exhibit 8 here. Placards 2 through 5 are located at 8620 Rosemont, the associated driveway that is south of the dwelling that is associated with the residence. Those casings are found on that driveway. And placard 6 is found on the street of Rosemont Avenue.
In relation to the vehicle, so looking at people's proposed 8 in relation to that vehicle, can you tell us where those casings are located?
Yes, so those casings are located to the west of the vehicle.
All right. Now, you show you people's proposed 9. Can you take a look at that? What's that showing?
That is showing an angle of the vehicle along with placard 7, which is also a casing.
And in relation to, is that the same vehicle that we saw on people's proposed 7?
Yes.
And in relation to that vehicle, where is that?
That would be south of the vehicle.
It's on the other side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, this is what's been admitted as people's exhibit 2. Can you take a look at that? Does that look familiar to you?
This would be the address.
Did you see 8615 Rosemont on that in that picture?
I believe that's 8620.
Do you want to take a look at 6?
Yeah, that would be 8620.
And then those photos I showed you, is that 86? Yeah, that's those photos.
Here?
I'll show you.
Or
So with respect to 6 through 9, what's the address where those photos were taken? You take a look at your scene sketch.
could you clarify your question?
So I'll have you take a look at 7 through 9 again.
Okay.
Okay. And if you can tell us what address was taken.
Those were taken at 8620.
Okay.
Rosemont Avenue.
All right. And then people's exhibit 2, that's also 8620.
Yes.
All right. Now just looking at people's exhibit 2 again, where is that car in relation to people's exhibit 2?
And can I show you on the image, or do I need to just show
Sure, if you can just show the judge where the car was.
The vehicle would be approximately here. So it'd be on the western end of the driveway.
Thanks. Now, did you find any firearms?
Yes.
What were the 2 firearms? What were the firearms?
There was an MP 15 firearm and I would have to refer to my report for the specific brand of the 40 cal Woodward firearm.
So first, with respect to the MP, I'm showing you people's exhibit 11. What's that?
This is the MP 15 firearm found in the vacant lot behind 8615 Rosemont.
All right, and then with respect to the other firearms, the people proposed 10, is that all the private memories?
So this is actually the firearm, this would have been 8612 Rosemont Avenue. This was determined to be a toy firearm. There was a separate firearm placarded.
Okay, and then the other firearm that you found, where was that?
That would have been in the basement of 86. I'm gonna have to refer to my report, 8620, I believe.
I'm sorry, where did you say the toy firearm was found?
It was found, there is a residence that is 8612. We had a search warrant for there. That was found in a 8612 Rosemont Avenue, there's a vacant house. And it was found in what I would call the living room in a decorative Cornelius.
Thank you. And then with respect to the other real firearms, where was that found?
Yes, so referring to that, it would be placard 39. It's an S&W M&P 9mm handgun.
Oh, and again, just to clarify, where was that found?
That would have been found. Yeah. It was the basement of 8620 Rosemont.
86 what?
8620
Okay.
Rosemont Avenue.
All right, and then no further firearms were found?
No.
People to offer into evidence. People's exhibits 7 through 12.
No objection.
Admitted.
And then what did you do with all that evidence? So with respect to the casings, 2 firearms, what did you do?
Okay. After placarding, we photographed the casings and firearms, making sure that the firearms were safe once we handled them. And by handling them, I mean my partner and I removed the magazine from specifically the MP-15. The 9 caliber handgun did not have a magazine within the gun. Removing the live round from the chamber of the MP-15 and then swabbing the trigger, handle, and grip of the firearms for suspected trace DNA. For the casings, we collected them, my partner and I, and swabbed those for suspected trace DNA as well.
All right, and then the actual casings, what was done with them? Were they put in evidence?
Yes.
Did you put them in an evidence locker, or did you?
So those were taken, put on evidence at the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters property room, large locker number 1.
As far as in the firearms, were those also put into an evidence locker?
Yes.
All right. Now, so just going back to the casings you found, so the total of, so we're just talking about the casings that are, as you testified to, around the car. How many were found?
It would be placard 2 through 7, so that would be
6?
6 casings, yes.
Okay. Within the vicinity of that car, were those the only casings that were found?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Clearly, when you go out to a scene to do what's known as your work as an evidence tech, you don't know anything about the scene prior to you getting there, do you?
No.
You don't know who's walked across that particular scene, disturbed evidence. When you find something in one place, but you don't know whether or not that's exactly where that evidence was.
Until I arrived, no, sir.
Until you arrived, and prior to you getting there, were you provided with information that that there was an attempt to necessitate and stop bleeding of one of the individuals that was there?
I was not informed.
Nobody ever gave you that information?
No.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Just have one witness, this will be called Officer French.
Remind you, you're still under oath, sir.
officer, just if you can, just state your name again for the record.
Yeah, Deval Crenshaw.
And you previously testified you're the officer charged in this case.
I did.
Now, as far as submitting evidence to the lab for your testing, is that something you do?
It is.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And then you just heard testimony from the evidence technician about some evidence collected. Was any of that submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And what specifically?
Shell casing that was collected.
Okay. So Ms. Row testified to 6 shell casings that were collected. Those were all sent to the lab?
Yes.
And then the 2 firearms were also sent?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you receive anything from the lab that indicated that those were tested?
Yes.
And what was that?
We received results from Michigan State Police Laboratory.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as people post 13. Recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a laboratory report from the Michigan State Police.
Okay. And how can you tell that that reflects the testing of what you submitted? Does that have your case number on it?
Yes, it has my case number, my department, and my name.
Okay. Is that true and accurate representation of the lab report you received from Michigan State Lab?
Yes.
Thank you. People would offer in evidence people's proposed 13.
Objections, here's some.
This would come in under 766.11 B. I believe it's section.
These are lab reports overruled. Admitted.
Nothing further on.
Cross-examined. Thank you, sir. You may start.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor. No further.
No witnesses on behalf of the defense.
Your Honor, the people are moving to bind over. Again, it's count 3, first-degree murder, and count 5, that's felony firearm. This for one argument. May I approach with the exhibits? Sure. Just to help me. Thank you. So, Your Honor, clearly testimony indicates that there were shots fired. Both witnesses were able to refer to one individual nicknamed Hank, who appeared to shoot first. Now, Ms. Maxwell also testified that she observed the defendant raise her hand in a shooting motion and raised her hand towards Mr. McNeil. Mr. McNeil ultimately died as a result of this shooting. The ME's report indicates that he died of 3 gunshot wounds. In that report, it indicates that bullets were found inside his body. Those bullets were identified in people's exhibit 13. That's the lab report. Those were identified as a 38 .49mm and a 223 caliber. The bottom line is these are two different bullet fragments from 2 different bullets, indicating that Mr. McNeil was shot by 2 separate guns. And either of those wounds could be considered a fatal wound. One was to the neck, one was to the lung. So with respect to that, again, 2 guns. The evidence suggests from what Ms. Maxwell testified to that the defendant shot Rudy. We also had testimony again from Ms. Odom, that the defendant did have a gun. She did see a gun, the defendant with a gun within this time.
She said earlier that
It's within this time period. So the incident prior to the police arriving, police arrived about half an hour later is the fight and then the shooting. Ms. Odom wasn't paying attention to the defendant during the shooting, or to focus on. Again, the testimony that we have is the defendant raising her hand in a shooting motion. There isn't any testimony as to anyone else. There isn't any evidence as to anyone else shooting Mr. McNeil other than Tank. And now, but two different bullets, so two people shot at Mr. McNeil. So who's the other person? The evidence points to the defendant, Ms. Williams. Now, also, and then People's Exhibit 2, if we look at People's Exhibit 2, now as the evidence technician testified to, and I know you can't see it, but I'll hand it up and then just to show the vehicle that's shown in People's Exhibit 7, that was parked here in the driveway. We see where Ms. Odom marked everybody. So Autumn is just near the vehicle to the, if you're looking at the photo, it's just to the left of where the vehicle is. And then Jaden would just be to the front of the vehicle. And then if we look at People's Exhibits 8, we have to look at People's Exhibits 8 and 7 together, and we can see where the casings are concentrated, and that's to the rear of the Malibu. So this is consistent with where the defendant is located. It's consistent with her discharging her firearm there, and then the casings landing where they land. So again, we have two bullets penetrating the victim, and the evidence suggests two people firing at the victim, Tank and the defendant. It's a circumstantial case, Your Honor. I get it, but the evidence is sufficient. It clearly shows that the defendant was shooting at Mr. McNeil. And there's evidence that one of her bullets actually was responsible for killing Mr. McNeil. Now, I may approach those exhibits.
Oh, were you done, Mr. Fedora?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So, Judge, I don't think that the people have met their burden in terms of the proper cause. There are a couple of things that I just know that is a part of this record. Number one, there were numerous individuals that got shot. Client got shot that day. Jeremiah, the young individual, he got shot on that particular day. And then there were the two deceased that were also injured. The prosecutors tried to move this case forward based upon saying that my client was the individual, the only other individual out there with a weapon, and I don't know if they even established that she had a weapon. The young lady first said, she testified that there was a weapon waved only after he tried to rehabilitate her because she said somebody told her that and she didn't see it. And then his efforts to try to rehabilitate her to make her say what apparently she said initially to the police. You saw the difficulty in terms of just trying be decent and give the information. I don't think that I was being problematic, I was just asking some questions. And she pretty much is flip-flop. She said, in the statement that she gave the police, that Jalen was, that he fired his weapon back. Then, talking to the prosecutor, it's like, well, no, I didn't see it, but she clearly said it to the police and clearly told the police it was not. And no witness has provided any information other than allegedly my client's hand going up, not seeing a weapon. I think that her sister did say that if she had one, it was small, it would have to be in her hand because she couldn't see it. Because she never identified a weapon and never identified anything coming from the weapon. The other issue that I think is seriously deficient is what the premeditation. What is the premeditation? This is an argument, a fight, or whatever going on. She's not involved in that particular argument. The two men get to fighting. One of the individuals is picked up and is injured, and then this other guy, the testimony shows, begins to shoot. Now, asked a couple of times, one witness says the mother had a weapon and was holding it up, and she couldn't testify whether or not she actually shot or discharged that weapon, but she absolutely put it in her hand and she was on the porch. And so I think that they have not established what's even necessary for probable cause that my client was the individual that caused the death of this unfortunate young man by even a probable cause statement. You can't even put a gun in her hand, let alone a discharged weapon at that individual. And she doesn't create this, so it's not a situation where somehow she creates a problem. You're looking at a possibility of her negligence and second-degree issue, because it's not something that she creates. Those other individuals are, involved in this on their own volition, and I don't feel that people have demonstrated to this court that my client discharged anything on that particular day, and that she should be held responsible for the death of Mr. David.
Mr. Fedora, tell me again the significance of these lab reports. Is there anything other than there's at least two weapons that were fired?
Yes, so the first thing is those 6 casings were all found to be fired from the same fire. Those were all concentrated around where the defendant was. And both witnesses identified her being the same place. So that's consistent with her having fired the weapon. And then the second thing is that there's two bullet fragments found in the victim, different ammunition. So hypothetically, we assume that the person identified as Tank, if one of his bullets actually went into the victim, well, the second one was from another gun, and that gun.
You will concede, however, that there were, based on what we've heard here today, more than 2 weapons out there being fired.
I don't agree to that. Ms. Odom testified that
I think
that someone else
tell us that.
Pardon me?
I think your own witnesses tell us that. One of them tells us that he fired the weapon.
Yes, Ms. Maxwell said that.
And then there's this guy 2-3, also known as Tank.
Correct.
And then
I believe the testimony from Ms. Bradley that she shot after. Sorry, the testimony from Ms. Maxwell was that Ms. Bradley shot after the shooting from the other. Ms. Bradley is the mom.
Alicia.
Yeah, Alicia. So, Maxwell testified that she
All right,
shot.
whether she shot before, during, or after, depending on the type of weapon that she's fired, she's still gonna be something, whether it be bullet fragments or shell casings or whatever the case may be, right? There's still
She
more
was-
than two people out there shooting. She's shooting. Tank, AKA 23 shooting. Then there's some testimony that the decedent himself fired a shot. And then you want me to believe that the defendant fired some shots as well.
The testimony was Alicia was at the court. The casings are all concentrated around where the defendant.
There, according to your witness, was approximately 15 people out there. And nobody's able to tell this court that the defendant affirmatively fired any shots. So far, all I have is probably from the weakest witness, who would be your strongest witness, her own sister, who says that she raised her hand and she didn't say she heard shots. She didn't say she saw a gun, but that she raised her hand like and aimed it in the direction of the decedent. Then your next witness testifies that essentially the only person she saw shooting out there was 2-3 AKA Tank. Because when the shots rang out, she closes the door. And that witness happens to be the sister of the decedent, who would have every reason to come forth and testify as to who shot and killed her brother. Where are the other 13 witnesses?
You want me to clarify some things?
Sure.
So Ms. Maxwell testified that she saw her sister, so the defendant, raise her hand as if to shoot, and raise her hand pointing towards
I thought that's what I said.
And she also, and just to expand on that, she also testified that that was right after Tank started shooting. She continued to hear shots after her sister raised her hand. So that sound of the shots it is consistent with her sister's shoot. So that was the first. Getting to your question, sorry, Your Honor, what was your question?
Where are the other people who are out there? There's approximately 15 people that are out there. But one of them is not going to be here. One of them is no longer with us.
And I don't have to tell you, Your Honor, you know how witnesses are. These are the witnesses that we have. This is the case that we're given. And again, we have to build what we can around what they testified to, what was found at the scene, and it's all consistent. Again, with the defendant having shot. Her proximity to Mr. McNeil. And again, Mr. McNeil wasn't shooting, so any kind of allegation of this being self-defense, it was clear from the testimony. It wasn't. Pardon me?
I thought the testimony was that the defendant was approximately 8 to 10 feet away from the time she pointed.
Correct.
Or pointing her hand.
Correct.
So people have chosen to charge the most serious charge that this state recognizes, first degree murder.
You know, I would offer, I would concede as far as premeditation, the evidence isn't there, but I would offer a second.
Second degree murder. I'm most certainly not see first degree murder premeditated. There's no evidence on this record that there was a premeditation by this defendant, by anybody out there for that matter. Maybe 2-3 or Tank, whatever you choose to call it. But second degree murder. And they offer as evidence a witness who tells me that her sister was out there. Sister was in an argument with some people across the street, some other girls, as girls do. And this other person, 2-3, also known as Tank, comes out with an assault rifle and was trying to calm things down. Eventually, starts shooting. The shooting rings out. She says that she sees her sister, who was standing near the curb, raise her hand, but she doesn't go so far as to say that she saw any shots fired or even see a gun for that. That she sees her raise her hand in the direction of the seat. She says that there was a number of shots that were fired and it sounded like different guns. Next witness comes forward and testifies that she's the one who gets into an argument with Clinton, and that Tank, also known as 2-3, is firing shots into the house. Then when shots fire ring out, she closes the door. She essentially doesn't see who's firing these shots from that. Then I get evidence that tells me that the receiver has 2 different bullets in it. But there's nothing to show other than the defendant outside raising her arm that she was in possession of a gun or in possession of one of these guns that caused a fatal injury to the complaining witness. I heard testimony that there's multiple people out there shooting, including the decedent himself, at various times. Someone lost their life here. And I get the emotion behind it and so forth. Someone's life here is in jeopardy as well. And if we're going to proceed in this fashion, we have to have sufficient evidence to bind this defendant over. And I just think it is lacking here. You want me to hang my hat on where she was standing outside. There's 15 people out there. And nobody's able to even put a gun in this defendant's hand. I even heard testimony that one of the guns out there was fake. The gun that was found in the house was fake. For all I know, that could have been the gun she was holding. That explains why the sister never saw any fire or sparks coming from this gun or any shots made coming from this gun. I don't know. The defendant may very well be guilty as sin and be as crooked as the letter S, but it hasn't been established on this record. For that, the court finds insufficient evidence to bind this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To the hearing, break hearing. They are outside.
They'll come in. I'm gonna set up these right here. I need a dismissal order, Mr. Pope.
I was just trying.
No, I go.
I just go.
He said make copy or let me.
To bring them.
Can I come back
Yeah,
to,
check and see, I don't know that.
for the, order?
Yeah, sure.
I gotta get on Zoom.
You tell.
Yes, yes. I'll be right back in, just need to.
Afternoon, Scott, here, that means our professional.
I say y'all be able to put a real hard.
Where's the defense counsel on that case?
I did not see him in the hallway.
What is this about? Can you give me the skinny on?
I'm sorry, Your Honor,
Can you give me the skinny on what this is about?
the Brady hearing that he's requested. It was Brady material on an officer.
It's kind of great too.
It was employment records.
How was that exculpatory as to this?
Why didn't provide it to me, Your Honor?
So what is it in the employment records that's supposed to be so helpful to defense?
Your Honor, it wouldn't be exculpatory. It's my understanding these are part of the employment records, the agreement. Failure to report an accident. So I provided Andrew Sullivan.
So he has it now, doesn't
He doesn't, Your Honor. I provided him with protective order and he stated that he would not sign it and he wanted to request a Brady hearing.
he? He's not here, right?
Correct.
Was it scheduled for today? I mean, how much time did we get?
So we know to say this was at 1:40, I was right to advise that I'm still waiting on my level reset. The good news is I'm in the building.
What's in the bill?
He's in the building.
This was scheduled for 1 o'clock, it's now 1:47. Let's
Yes.
call. Is that Angelo Norman?
Yes, Your Honor.
When is it up for exam?
Is that for exam tomorrow, Your Honor,
Okay.
at 11 a.m. tonight?
Calling case 2455397, State of Michigan versus Angelo Belon Warren. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault and resisting obstructing police officer. Count 2 assault and resisting obstructing police officer. Count 3 sexual conduct, 43 forceful coercion. Count 4 assault or assault battery. Count 5 assault or assault battery. You arrived just in time, sir.
I'm so sorry, Judge.
Record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, to your staff, Carol Solari, P number 86651.
And good afternoon, Judge. I apologize for my delay. I just got out of an exam with Judge Sabri. Andrew Sullivan, Neighborhood Defendant Service, P84261, requesting the waiver of defendant's appearance. I have been in close contact with him.
For the waiver of defendant's presence. Now, why are you bringing a Brady motion before the court, district court?
Not my motion.
Motions.
Your Honor, it isn't, as we had previously discussed, it isn't my motion, it's on defense counsel's behalf.
Who's break, why is this thing here?
Okay, all right, Judge. I apologize. The government requested that I stipulate to a protective order. I understand that there is Brady material that the prosecution wants to disclose to me, but that it's not being disclosed unless I stipulate to this protective order. And the protective order is citing a case.
What issue do you have with the protective order?
It's overbroad. Sorry?
How so?
Well, first of all, I don't actually know what it's stating that there should be a protective order for these records simply because they're employment records. And I'm aware of no legal basis for a protective order for all DPD employment records. And the case which is cited in the proposed protective order, I think certainly does not stand for the position that that all employment records are protected. In fact, my reading of that opinion is that as far as a personnel file goes for a police officer, the opinion sort of bifurcates that personnel file and says that there are some things.
Hang on to that thought. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, back on the record, you were saying?
Yes, Judge. So I've actually pulled up the opinion. Quote, Michigan law is strongly committed to open and far-reaching discovery, generally provides for discovery of any relevant non-privileged material. So then the threshold question in that case is whether there is a qualified privilege which protects disclosure of documents reflecting a government agency's evaluated or deliberative process. And opinion goes on to, as I said, bifurcate those records within that personnel file, wanting to maintain a privilege and a protection for open and frank discussion regarding governmental action. So if there's an administrative body that's discussing what are we going to, what is going to be our, what penalty are we going to impose on this officer, or what more can we learn about what the officer did or did not do, those open and frank discussions should be protected. But I'll quote again, the privilege does not, however, extend to objective facts upon which those decisions are based. And so I don't think that it's appropriate to.
Why is it relevant?
Why is well, I don't actually know what the Brady disclosure is at this point, but the government has already indicated to me that they would like to disclose Brady information, which certainly would be relevant by definition. And so I'm just saying that it shouldn't necessarily be covered under a blanket protective order. And it certainly, if it's on objective facts upon which
so the protective order itself says that they can't do what?
Your Honor, the protective order, and it's Brady Giglio, but Your Honor, the protective order merely states that these records are not to be disclosed to third parties. It states.
Okay, so can we tailor that to say, because we do want them to be able, if they need investigators and like to review that, other people from their law office, we wouldn't have an issue with that.
Which is, I mean, Your Honor, these are employment records. This is someone's personnel file.
I understand that they are needed in preparation for their defense. I mean, typically when we have these protective orders, we carve out exceptions for investigators and other people in the office who may be working on their file.
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
So you have no issue with that?
I have no issue with that, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's tailor it to that. And Mr. Sullivan, you have an issue with that?
Judge, it's maybe novel of an issue because the way that I read these court opinions, they're tailored based on the specific facts of what the protective order applies to. So we're still speaking extremely broadly about what does this order apply to? Is it that this officer has been found to have violated or potentially used an unlawful amount of force?
My question is, in what manner are you going to use it?
And I can't answer that question because I'm not in receipt of the material.
Okay, and you wouldn't have any need to disclose that information to anyone outside of your office and investigators.
Well, Judge, I suppose I can pose a hypothetical because I don't know what it is. But if there is a finding that this officer has engaged in aggressive behavior, has potentially lied, or has committed an abuse of their use of force training, my investigator might want to interview other parties about those instances. And so that would suddenly, this protective order would really chill the conversation that my investigators would have, consistent with my client's Sixth Amendment rights, to investigate, what this officer may be into other people. And I think that it would be relevant to, you know, if there's a pattern in practice of this officer engaged in aggressive behavior, and then now my client is being charged with resisting, obstructing, or assaulting that officer, I think that it's absolutely.
Your Honor, again, once again, the protective order itself says nothing about that information being discoverable. It's just asking to bar defense from disclosing identifying information to your client. If we're adopting the other investigators and so forth, people have no problem with that.
I'm just reading the order. These records shall not be disclosed in any manner whatsoever to any third parties. And I think that that's extremely overbroad, not only as to.
That is overbroad, so you guys can get together on that and consistent with what I've already indicated as it relates to people in your office and investigators, make those changes.
And people are amenable to including investigators and people with the officer.
What about yet other third parties that the investigator is speaking to about the conduct, which is, you know.
I don't think your investigator has to go into his employment records to speak to the parties.
But could be interviewing a
make
third
reference to his employment records. I don't think that would be proper.
If there's an incident where the officer has assaulted a civilian 1 year ago.
They can talk to that person about that without disclosing what's in his personnel records.
Understood.
Your Honor, how would that be relevant to the case at hand?
I don't know. He's just posing hypothetical. Because I don't know what's in the records. He doesn't even know what's in the records. He was posing the hypothetical. I was answering this hypothetical. Okay. So I think with a little communication, guys, y'all can work that out without getting me involved. And we already got a headache.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
May I make a suggestion? And I don't want to overstep it, but would it be advisable for Your Honor to review the records in camera and then Your Honor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan. Keep calling. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Judge, for I don't mean to belabor this, but the opinion again, which the prosecution cites in their proposed order, said that the trial court abused its discretion by categorically denying discovery of files without first conducting an in-camera inspection to determine whether they contain relevant non-privileged material subject to discovery.
So why are you telling me this? Because I thought we just reached an agreement.
Well, I was just going to propose, Judge, that maybe you would review the records in camera, like is suggested in this opinion, and then it would
I don't even think it's necessary because you're going to get exactly what you need, and they're agreeing to it.
All right.
All right. Am I missing something here?
It's hard for me to know because I don't know what the records are, and we haven't yet agreed on the language.
You guys are going to agree on the language of the protective order. If there's an issue, bring it to my attention.
Your Honor, my understanding is to include the investigators and parties of the office. Order workers in the office. That was my understanding.
You don't have an issue if, for whatever reason, they come up with something indicating that this officer, whoever this officer is, did something to someone. What are the charges? Did something to someone. Did something to someone and they want to interview that person, but they can't interview that person without disclosing anything that is contained in that officer's employment records.
Yes.
And that would be acceptable to you, wouldn't it, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, Judge. There's also language in here that the council shall return employment records to the people at the conclusion of the above captioned case. I don't understand, the necessity of that.
Listen, they don't want that person's personal information just being out there. I think that's reasonable.
Understood.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
That concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time.
Say they were gonna pick him up today.
I don't think this will be acceptable.
No, that was the other day. Yeah. So,
We can do it by email if you prefer.
yeah, because we have to, cause he's in, so we have a warrant on, so he has to be arraigned again. You guys got to put it on the docket for an arraignment. They'll set aside.
Thank you, Jennifer. See you tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow.
So I will have to set aside the papers today. And then, set for arraignment, so he will be doing the video arraignment. Okay. What day? Let's see if I can get out today or tomorrow. Maybe like Wednesday, set it for PCC.
All right, you all have a good day. See y'all tomorrow. I think I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
And then, okay, just to let you know about this,